got that fun. Ooh, we got that fun.
Good morning. Hopefully everyone can hear me loud and clear. Another wild trading session here. We've got lots of market volatility in the mix. We'll run through some of the pre-market datas. Around 8:30 though, we do have some pretty important economic data. Initial job loss claims at 8:30. So the forecast for initial job loss claims is 218K forecast. We'll see what that comes in at. That's probably your most important. I mean, there's some non-farm productivity, but initial job loss claims coming up in about 9 minutes. All right, so let's run through some of these stocks that are making some substantial moves. Obviously, we all know Apple has been ripping here in the pre-market. That's a strong horse today on the back of Tim Cook playing a little bit of games with Trump's kind of winning the tariff game in the near term. Basically, he's agreeing to invest a whole shit ton of money. What was it, 600 billion across the headline yesterday? So obviously that is going to be positive for the US, which Trump is excluding Apple from the tariffs. We also have Nvidia getting an exclusion because of their investment, then Micron's following suit. So you're seeing a bunch of companies now starting to play the tariff game with Trump. Trump is getting his way, and obviously that's helping the markets. So we'll go through a couple of these. We'll go through pretty much all the movers today, shakers and movers, both on the upside and downside. Try to isolate some trades, and obviously 8:30 we should get some indice movement, yield movement, and dollar movement with the initial jobless claims. Right now yields are flat. Going into the session, 10 and 2, Dixie's flat, gold slightly green, so we'll see what happens. Let me just quickly grab this and then we'll look at some of your big pre-market movers. And of course, if there's any charts that you guys want me to quickly peek at in the pre-market, put them in the chat and I'll be happily able to look at them. All right, so Celsius reporting earnings, gapping up to the high side. Celsius had a stellar report, reported a huge beat on the EPS side, as well as a phenomenal beat on the revenue side. Obviously, this stock is a monster mover to the upside. The question is, can it go higher? Let's look at some pre-market levels really quickly. And yes, it does look like it can go higher. You can see your pre-market high is sitting right at that 52.75, blasting through your prior day lows from yesterday. The question is, are we going to see a little bit of a dip? I think this stock will stay elevated pretty much all session. It was a blockbuster earnings report. Obviously, you're into that 382, hard to chase a gap up, but with consolidation along this 382 fib, you're heading for 60 bucks. There's also that gap fill. Looking at the weekly chart, you're above all of the key moving averages. So this is potentially starting an aggressive uptrend for Cell H. Very, very strong uptrend now. All right. So that one's on watch for a continuation move to the upside. Ticker RUN, RUN, guys. RUN also gapping up here on its earnings report. So Sunrun was consolidating. We obviously were trading Run. We took our profits before this dip. I don't hold any exposure, but we did trade that on the swing trade side due to this consolidation pattern. Now, the interesting thing about Run here is it is forming, obviously the 200 is sloping in a downtrend, but your 50 and your EMA are slowly starting in an uptrend, and there's a near-term bullish crossover, a golden cross that could occur for Sunrun. So this typically gets sold into and then a continuation over the medium and long term. So Sunrun, I do think if it can hold this flagging pattern, you should get some higher upside price, $13 and then 16 on your high-end short squeeze basis. But definitely a nice little jump on earnings. Huge beat across the EPS side. Revenue side about an extra, 10 million. So nice little pump there. Peloton. I haven't traded Peloton in quite a while, but Peloton is obviously one that is been going through this very choppy waters. Let's erase this fib. But Peloton could be staging a really large stage 1 basing formation if it can break out of this little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern, your big resistance is going to be the top of this wedge pattern. You can see it's just wedging right now on the weekly chart. So I think Peloton can easily hit around 840. Probably if the markets remain firm today, this one could squeeze at least to sweep these high pivots here, guys. So Peloton does look like an interesting long. I think at minimum you're going to get a sweep of these pivots. Just give me 1 second, guys. Again. So you know what? Peloton's not looking too bad for a bit of an aggressive long trade. That's not looking too bad. 750 calls. We should try to sweep this high pivot. I'm thinking that that is a strong scenario. Again, that's as long as the market remains firm. 8:30 coming up in a few minutes, so I'm going to flip to the Dixie and SPY chart and we'll digest that economic data. Look, D-Dog, Datadog is obviously pushing here to the upside above your 50, above your 200, above your EMA, into this gap fill. That's the logical area that Datadog wants, is that gap fill. So another name that probably over the coming sessions wants to push higher. Really solid reaction off of its earnings report. I didn't really do a deep dive, but just glancing, EPS 46-cent beat there and revenue beat by about 30 mil. So a decent report. Like I said, I haven't done much glancing at its actual report, but a nice little double beat across the top line numbers for Datadog, and that investors are showing that some strength and some love this morning. Another name that you have to think that it's going to probably try to sweep this high weekly pivot and come test this downsloping trend line. This financial officer sales, that's really nothing. I mean, a small blip, and it's quite a while ago, back in 2023. But nevertheless, does look like Datadog's probably going to have a continuation move to the upside. Looks like a decent swing opportunity. All right, guys, we're going to flip to quickly SPY and the Dixie here, because we do have job loss claims coming out, so we'll see what that does to the overall market here. Let me clean my trackpad here. Let's see what happens here. See the dollars falling a little bit. What are we going to get for data this morning? Initial jobless claims 226,000 versus the expected 222. Continuous jobless claims. So it came in a little bit higher than expectations, but not bad. So a slight higher expectation on the initial jobless claims. Initial reaction, market up. Dixie yields down. Interesting. All right, so not a bad print, but over you see the reaction so far. We'll see if that wants to give up anything. So still a little bit more weakness creeping into the labor market, but 4,000 extra is not that bad. So we'll see what if happens here. I am watching yields. Yields have slightly softened. Obviously the Dixie we saw a little bit of a blip. Fairly muted for the time being. But minor weakness. And in the next 6 months, guys, we will be seeing that labor data is going to be the pulse of the market. That's what investors are going to certainly try to watch over the coming sessions, because next 6 months the labor market's going to give us signs whether or not this economy is slipping into a recession. Stocks right now are not giving us that signal, nor is the bond market, but that 10-2 spread, if that blows out a little bit more, then that is a definite signal that we're heading into a global slowdown. So far though, the US has been resilient. All right, let's keep jumping into stocks, because macro does not often provide us day trading opportunities. So we touched on Datadog. Let's look at DoorDash, ticker DASH. Monster move on DoorDash. Wow, what a blockbuster report for DoorDash. Oh my goodness. 65-cent EPS, 3.28 billion, huge beat, top and bottom line. Is there a short level on Dash? I gotta throw on some ATRs here, because now we need to know where we are going. So you're above on the daily ATR, blowing out some deviations here. Weekly chart, yeah, you're above that 272. Quite an interesting report. Not really seeing anything. See, this is a prime example where insider selling, even if it's a significant amount, doesn't really impact the stock. I mean, director sold here, look where the stock is now. All right, let's see if we have any sort of a parallel channel. Wow, you're absolutely a blockbuster move to the upside. You can see it swept those previous all-time highs on DDOG. Pretty stunning move. Man, I don't see anything in terms of resistance on here other than that ATR. The only other thing I could think of. Yeah, no real short trade there. You got a nice weekly negative divergence. Daily chart negative divergence as well. So, I mean, there should be some profit taking on DDOG up here, guys. There should be. The steepest little trend line that I see is really this key zone over here. That's what we're trading into right now. So that's kind of your steepest little resistance zone on DDOG. Company that with an extended ATR on the weekly, you should get a little bit of a pullback here on DDOG. You should get a little pullback. Let's move along. I would short it above 280. 280 I would enter in a short on DDOG. All right, guys, so above 280, I do like it as a short. That would be a pierce of this trend line. You'd be above your ATR on the weekly chart, ATR 1. But the max upside move could be 287. That's where you get really, really extended from the mean. All right, let's keep moving along here. We got, what else we got? ELAN, Elanco Animal Health. Gapping up to the high side. I've never really traded this name. It does have a nice amount of volume behind it. Printing to the high side off of its earnings. I mean, you get through this little pivot zone here and you have to think that it's going to try to fill this gap over the coming sessions and weeks. You actually have a very large inverse head and shoulders, guys. This is a monster. Actually, this stock could be on watch for a continuation long, looking very solid this chart. Golden cross happened here a few weeks ago. You got that pullback into the golden cross. Now the trend is ready to reset and run. You have a massive, I mean a massive inverse head and shoulders forming here. And if it breaks out, I don't know why my trend line's so thick there, but that's a massive inverse head and shoulders. Oh, I picked the highlighter, that's why. So that stock looks poised for a breakout. If it can manage this technical breakout here, which right now you see you are above that little neckline, that's a inverse head and shoulders trigger on watch. Huge amount of upside. That's a big pattern. From $8, almost 100% upside move. Wow. Pretty crazy. All right, DKNG for all those gamblers out there. DraftKings pumping to the high side, extending past your ATR2 on earnings. Coming out with a double beat blockbuster report as well. 100%, almost 100% beat on the EPS. And a nice little print on the revenue side, a few extra 100 mil. All right, weekly chart, extension move, you're into ATR level. All right, hopefully you can hear me now. Thank you for that heads up. I was just talking to myself there for I don't know how long. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why the sound cut out there. Let's see what Yeti's doing. Yeti, I think, reports earnings today. Not doing too much. But yeah, what I was saying with Airbnb, guys, 120 puts look pretty good. Head and Shoulders has triggered on Airbnb's daily chart. Downside target takes us to 113 and change. 618 sitting at 115.26. I have a value area low on Airbnb's weekly chart around 118.70. So I think that this TP target is on watch, but 120 puts look pretty interesting for Airbnb. That's for sure. I think those are a high probable setup. All right, what else we got going on? Let's look at NVO. That's bouncing substantially off of the lows. Huge gap up on Novo Nordisk. Basically almost negating 1, 2, 3. Look at that monster press to the upside. Huge, huge impulse candle. Taking Eli Lilly's liquidity. Reporting earnings yesterday. And definitely reacting quite well on the tape. Very strong move. Hard to chase unless we got some sort of a pullback back to your prior day high. That would be your first aggressive long level. Prior day high 48.21 would be your first aggressive long level. But Novo Nordisk could squeeze to this ATR daily level, 51 bucks. That's where we could see NVO squeeze to. All right. See what else we have. Nvidia's obviously looking like it's going to charge for a new all-time high. Intel right now under a lot of pressure on the back of Trump trying to force the CEO to resign. That stock's getting absolutely clapped. Look at that downward move. See the trend. Every time Intel makes a little bit of a bid, boom, just gets absolutely crushed to the downside. What else we got? Lilly, we looked at AMD. Let's take a peek at that. Obviously AMD had that huge, huge bounce. Let's erase some of these areas. Just clean up the chart. But you can see AMD's trading right into this previous October 2024 gap. A very strong bounce on AMD's chart. That level that we provided yesterday, I wish I took that long right off of that volume shelf. Look at that clinical backtest of your high volume zone. Boom, what an epic bounce on AMD. Just in basically, look at that, a 5% bounce. Damn, that was a technical level and a half. All right, let's look at, so we looked at that. Apple's one that's on watch for a short setup today, guys. This is definitely going to get some sell side pressure right away. So Apple, we have the daily 200 moving average sitting in blue. You flip to your weekly chart, we have the weekly 50 MA. So there's a huge confluence of resistance levels here. Really big resistance levels on Apple. I absolutely want to get a short on this name. I think that that is a high probable setup going into this longer term resistance, daily and weekly chart resistance. We pierced it in the pre-market, pretty much tagged those areas yesterday. So I'm expecting Apple to retest those zones, but we should get an epic short level on Apple. Simultaneously, you also have this downsloping trend line on Apple. Okay. So we'll keep that on watch because that is a high value opportunity. Telegram's now muted. Oh my goodness. Mic check. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, it's back now. Sorry about that, Bart. Thank you. So Apple at that weekly 50 moving average looks epic. Looks epic, and that's sitting right around that 221 pierce zone. So I'll put an alert there. 221 Pierce, and I will short the heck out of Apple. I'll probably just take some 220. Probably take 222.50. Well, I'll see what the chain is like, what the contracts are printing at that time, but definitely looking at Apple puts if it hits this weekly 50. But you have a huge confluence zone on the daily and the weekly chart. Obviously, I'm still mindful that Apple might want to try to fill this gap. I do see that gap fill on Apple. So we'll keep that obviously on watch. But we should get some slight rejection on Apple around these key areas. Okay. Alright, Palantir seeing some strength again today. PLTR gapping up yet again. Still off of my short level. Where I'd consider adding to this again is above 185. I'm just accumulating a swing short on that name. Let's look at Tesla this morning. Tesla obviously had that huge stick to the upside. Testing that daily 50 and 200 moving average. You did get a death cross on Tesla. So we'll see if that death cross gets negated or if it wants to hold true. SMCI got absolutely clobbered yesterday. Today it is bouncing with the entire market. Never officially hit that volume shelf zone like AMD, but it did backtest your EMA. Okay, so you hit that EMA 113 and clinical bounce off of that daily chart support zone. Let's look at coin today. Coin seeing a nice little bounce with obviously crypto bouncing to the upside this morning. Bitcoin bouncing nicely off that 50-day, continuing to see some strength. That's why we took a bit of profits here. Now, you are coming into an aggressive short zone for Bitcoin. I still have obviously some of my BITI. We're still holding short BTC. The pattern is still valid to go lower. But Bitcoin is coming up into your aggressive short zone. You can see maybe a little bit higher to about 117.5 off of a market push. But BTC, your aggressive short zone would be around that just above 117,000. You are tagging this previous little trend line that we were watching for quite a long time, connecting your pivot high all the way back to 2021. But BTC bouncing and reacting quite nice off of that 50-day moving average. I still have some lower targets on watch around this 109 level where I think we should head to, but we just have to see if the Dixie wants to find some support at these deep, dark depths below. Lucid obviously under pressure, seeing some continuation down move. Rivian, obviously I'm still short Rivian. I think even 1150 puts for next week are a high value trade. Rivian is catching a bit of a bounce right now just due to the fact that the market is strong. But I still think Rivian's probably going to get sold into. Right now you have at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down candles in a row. So there's a lot of buying that's trying to bottom pick here. But I do think that the bigger technical level for Rivian still lies around 1029. I still think that you're going to at least fill this gap fill on the downside minimum. Remember, in the pre-market off of its earnings, Rivian came all the way down to this 1106 zone. Let's look at SoFi this morning. SoFi is also seeing a bit of strength this morning. Let's clear these trend lines. So SoFi is just wedging right now, holding some higher lows. Hard name to trade right now. You're sandwiched between the 50 and the weekly EMA on the hourly chart. So you can see this weekly 113 has been epic support. If you break that, you're going to have a hard knife down, but SoFi is trying to break out of a little bit of a near-term wedge pattern. You probably are going to try to sweep these highs and go for this gap fill just based off of the pure market strength. As long as the market remains firm, SoFi is going to catch that bid to the upside. So looks like it's curling to the upside, gapping up now. Does look like a nice little momentum long. Let's look at Joby, guys. Joby obviously reported earnings. I'm obviously short Joby. Contracts are expiring tomorrow. That being said, Joby did report, and they're just burning through cash like you cannot believe. They're a dumpster fire company. But it's all hype, right? I still think Joby should be back to at least, you know, call it the $13 level to reset some indicators, some technicals. But Joby right now is under a bit of pressure in the pre-market, down by about 4.86%. Joby off of the collapse came all the way down to 17 bucks. I mean, when we look at this decline on Joby that occurred yesterday, it's crazy the volatility. Joby had this epic fall, then a huge pump taking it positive on the session, and now it's trickling lower. I would love to see Joby retest the $17 handle. Obviously, if the market's strong, this name does typically catch a bit of a bid, but our at least our put options, our $19 puts, are in the money, so that trade will work out quite nicely. I think the best thing to do for Joby is to just remain with a break-even stop loss if you're riding that short trade with us. So a break-even stop loss is probably the best thing to do, but I still think Joby should come back down intraday to fill that gap. You filled it in the pre-market, so we'll certainly find out if that's the case. Alright, let's continue to move along here. What else we got going on? I'm just scanning. Carvana this morning is moving up quite nicely. CVNA. Obviously we took some profits on our Carvana short. I'm still holding half of my position on CVNA. I'm still looking for this gap fill, but you can see it's bouncing quite nicely in the near term, and that's your strength in the tape acting quite well. Alright, what else we got going on? Wow, Intel's got the most volume in the pre-market right now. That's pretty crazy. 19.89 million shares in Intel. Just getting absolutely clobbered to the downside here. Huge, huge move down. It is seeing a bit of buy the dip reaction coming into play. Oh, Croc's getting slaughtered. Lily still bouncing. Hertz just reported, ticker HTZ. Seeing a nice reaction this morning. Huge sell-off and big gap up. So it looks like the trend of stock selling off for catching these really nice bids. But a big earnings pump there this morning. Gapping up on the session, 645 currently trading. Daily 50 moving average is probably where this wants to tag in the regular session. If there's any tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, let me know. What's the Shark Ninja doing? That's gapping up as well. 129 on deck. Sweeping your highs. Very large bullish pattern that is triggered. You can arguably say this is a rather large inverse head and shoulders. Actually, we should draw it from this little zone here. That's your true breakout. So let's see where this one wants to go. So really your upside target is probably 147, your longer term swing target of that bullish move. Absolute truth, wanting to look at Shop. Yeah, Shopify had that monster print yesterday. Basically, let me just look at this. You know, I was looking at shorting Shop, but because it's such a strong gap up, you know, it's one that's a little bit tougher to short right now. Definitely a high momentum trade right now. Shopify, the only resistance I'm seeing is your pivot high, pivot high, pivot high. And then when you go to your ATRs, right? You know, Shopify even blasted through my TP target. You can see you're above your ATR level. Weekly chart ATR. I mean, this is a tough name to try to do anything. It looks like Shopify probably wants to sweep that all-time high pivot. I wouldn't say it's going to happen right away, but it does look like it's going to. Nothing really to do there. So I'm not looking to really short this name, nor am I looking to go long. If you had to use this exact pivot high here on Shopify, you can see it still has much more room to run based off of that earnings print. But with some consolidation inside bar, as long as you don't lose this low, this 144.92, this stock can be accumulated for a long setup, a swing long, guys. But I wouldn't chase it right at the highs. At minimum, I would let it do a 50% retrace of this candle. And then your stop loss is this defined risk. You use this as a daily close below this little bit of a low here. That is your stop loss. But this name is probably going to build a flag pattern to push higher. So it's a tough short right now. Could you get a scalp here and there because obviously there's more profit taking? Sure, you can. But it's a name that a lot of people like to chase. Very solid report. 2.7 billion versus 2.58 estimate. Now, does it justify a 21.97% move? Obviously, the market is thinking so. Minimal selling. But Shopify does look like a continuation long. Next resistance I see on Shopify is at 162. 162. But I can't chase it after a huge gap up like this. I would need to see some serious back-end filling. I mean, look how stretched you are from those daily chart moving averages. Even your 7-day, I don't have it on the chart right now, but even your 7-day, you're just so stretched. But one could argue there's a clear inverse head and shoulders breakout. Now, we've only broken out here on the daily. We haven't confirmed it. Even though this is a monster breakout, you need to get another secondary higher close. And then you could say that you've triggered this inverse head and shoulders pattern. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Right shoulder, I would like to see more consolidation, but that's triggered. And look at the upside move, guys. Shopify 191. Rough target. And where does that put us? Into a new all-time high for Shopify. So that's what it's looking like. That's definitely what it's looking like. Alright, so let's look at crude oil, because crude oil has been absolutely decimated here. Every single pop, it just keeps getting short. I wish I shorted at the high of this channel, but look at that decline. Crude oil is now coming into a little bit of a double bottom, wide range green bar breakout candle, multi-pivot high, so there should be some support here. That being said, we put in a nasty bear flag. Crude is setting up for a decline to call it 59 to 57 bucks. So that's another reason why the equity markets have been so firm. But crude is often could be a forward-looking indicator, right? Why is crude oil weakening? Is it weakening because of more drilling from the US? Is it weakening because of demand? Likely demand. That's probably why crude is weakening. So we'll see where this wants to go, but crude oil obviously helping the markets in the near term. Now, natural gas typically likes to move slightly inverse of crude. We saw nat gas have a stunning move to the upside yesterday. Natural gas does have inventories today. I'm expecting a 3-bar surge here on the daily for nat gas. Obviously right now you're seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but we got a daily chart bullish close above this wide range red bar breakdown candle, which is actually very bullish. Nat gas intraday chart has triggered this inverse head and shoulders pattern. Let me just so nat gas hourly chart has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, you broke out of the neckline here. Upside target takes us to about 321. Obviously with inventories at 1030, things could absolutely change. but nat gas is looking a little bit more constructive to push higher. You're holding some key daily chart. You've recaptured some key daily chart. So I think a lot of people piled in short as you broke this key trend line, expecting a move lower, but definitely staging a bit of a bounce here. Weekly chart setting up for a weekly reversal candle. So nat gas is looking a little bit more poised to move higher here. You had that death cross of the 50 and the 200, but often you get that bounce, which is exactly what we telegraphed. So that being said, I think there's an arbitrage opportunity in a name like EQT. We went long EQT on the swing trade, just taking some next week call options, $52 calls. It's a very conservative trade. It's not one that's gonna make a drastic move on us, but you know, call it 30 to 50% opportunity in a quick succession. So back testing a key zone, you're sitting right at that volume shelf. Bit of a falling wedge pattern. It is gapping up now. Earnings is out of the way. Dividend is complete. So we'll obviously see if that name can try to firm up and take our $52 calls in the money. And they were in the money in the pre-market. Seeing a little bit of a weakness right now, but that's okay. All right, what else we got shaking and moving this morning? HIMS is catching a nice bounce, so that was our blockbuster trade yesterday, guys. We absolutely printed on HIMS. Everyone should have caught that. I caught about 160% on the $55 puts, and my entry was filthy. It was nasty. I mean, I was starting to short HIMS down here at a retrace, and it ended up going positive on me. So I was sitting down 70% at one point, 75%. You know, I basically looked away from it because, like, screw this. If I look at that P&L, it's going to want to make me close it. So, but it ended up reversing and taking our puts deep in the money, printing 160. I know some of you got even more profits than I did, but HIMS should go lower. You're finding a little bit of support off of this trend line, but I still have much, much lower price action to come. I still think you're going to target this high volume reversal zone. You can see this pivot zone here, this wide range green bar. You're going to sweep that. You're going to take this liquidity, and then you're probably going to come back into this little zone here. So, you know, call it this EMA around 48 bucks, 47.50. That's probably where HIMS wants to go. Right now it is staging a bit of a relief rally. Kraft Heinz ketchup continues to look very solid and firm, pushing back up. We are writing those $28 calls. Banks are catching a bit of a bounce today. UNH catching a bit of a bounce today. Silver juniors, guys. So silver is starting to rip again, back to the high side. So silver juniors, we traded those $16 calls. Those are back in the money for our silver juniors. Good to see off of this gap up. I think this is a high squeeze name, but I was looking for a breakout. Obviously, we sat through some rough volatility and decline, but silver is definitely looking a little bit more constructive right now. Copper stocks are trying to bounce back as well. SCCO trying to push to the upside. Brazilian stocks like StoneCo trying to bounce back up to the upside. You have strength in some China names again. Baidu trying to hold some key 50 moving averages, getting back above that. Baba had a blockbuster print yesterday, seeing some follow through. We are obviously deep in the money on those positions, looking for more on the upside. XPEV is another one that's consolidating quite nicely, looking for a rather large daily chart breakout. I think this name could squeeze into this upper $22 level if it catches some momentum. Enphase is seeing some strength off of the lows here. It has absolutely been obliterated, but obviously with Sunrun gapping up this morning, it is acting very, very well. Let's look at the S&P 500 here. So the S&P 500, I want to show you that we are coming into a kind of a new all-time high trend. We have triggered a breakout on the S&P 500. That being said, we'll see if the market is doing a rather large liquidity grab for a move to the downside. Let me just erase this. So we're through the point of control. I'm expecting a back test on SPY today, at least to 635.21. That is your high volume shelf. Where I have a big resistance level that I'd consider shorting is around 638.22. But we're very close to printing a new SPY. This inverse head and shoulders, guys, that has triggered gives us a target of around 645, so new all-time high. So we have triggered a bullish pattern on SPY, just keep that in mind, and it does give us a much higher target. Okay? Obviously, we'll see how Apple wants to react if Nvidia puts in a lower high, but markets are still in a bull fashion here. We're still making a higher low on the trend. Markets are still in a raging bull market, but the short level today that I'd consider on SPY is around 638.22 into this wide range red bar. It's your value area high, but I'm expecting a retest right now back to your point of control. I don't know if they're going to do it off of the open. You know, you're kind of in no man's land. You're not at the short zone, nor are you at the long zone. So could you see some profit taking from Apple? You could. Apple's holding up well in the pre-market, but it's had a really, really big extension move over the last 2 days. So we'll see. I mean, there's an aggressive long at this point of control. Call it 635. But my bigger level that I would look for is a pierce of that volume shelf back into this little gap fill. This is the area that I would consider taking a stab on the long side at. You have your ATR on the hourly chart. And you have that previous hourly chart gap fill going back to July 24th. So I would look for 635 calls off of that zone if we were to pierce it and sell off. But it's super, super aggressive. Again, we all know the statistics around a gap up. Market makers love to gap markets up and sell into that liquidity. Am I looking at open? So I'm not looking to do anything right now with the equity markets. We have long levels, we have short levels. Open right now, holding steady. Not looking to do anything with open. I think it still goes lower. Rivian, again, I'm looking at actually entering next week put options, and yes, it still has a chance. It still has a big chance. It's just floating with the market right now. But Rivian should still see more sell side pressure. I was very shocked yesterday it didn't go lower. Obviously the market firmed up and you had the backdrop of Tesla ripping. But open should go lower. I do think that that's still a strong chance. Joby knifing here in the pre-market, trading at 1766. Down about 6.5. But yeah, Rivian still has a chance of going lower. For sure. I still like that. But next week put options, I'm looking at 1150 puts next week. They look pretty cheap and highly probable. So I'm looking at the 1150 August 15th. And could we lose on this August 8th? Sure. I'm down right now. It would take a pretty decent fall for Rivian. But it's a tough short because the market's been strong. But definitely 1150 puts for next week I think are highly probable for Rivian. Guys, take a look at Joby. Joby puts are going to print. Joby's just absolutely knifing here. Horrible, horrible report. Trading at 1768 on JOBY. Come on, take us back down to that low. Fill that gap intraday. Look at Joby. Go, 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 go. Fall, fall, fall. All right, I am going to flip to a couple charts here, guys. All right, nat gas is falling a little bit here. Dixie's trying to quietly move up here. Side trading at 197, really strong breakout. VKTX, huge gap up there. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. put SPY here on the left screen. Flip to the regular trading session. Again, Apple, if it pierces that weekly 50, I am looking at a short, guys. Turn off these ATRs real quick. I'm just gonna let this market settle out here, guys. We are set to open here in a couple minutes. SPY is starting dipping here just a touch. Just a touch. AMD is pushing. Apple's still strong. It's absolutely flying right now. So open here, guys. Trying to bounce. Apple's really coming in hard. Apple and SPY are coming in hard. Big bounce on Joby. Wow. Huge bounce on JOBY. By the dip coming in full force back to that prior day. SPY's just holding steady. Natural gas seeing some selling. QQQ still holding steady. Amazon's turned negative. Wow, look at that reversal on JOBY. Huge monster candle. My oh my, liquidity buying that dip in full force, taking it positive right now. That is filthy. Look at that candle on Joby. That is crazy. Crazy volatility. Fortinet's still weak, dripping even lower. Tesla's gone negative, so Tesla's seeing a bit of distribution. Wow, Joby's insane. That's an aggressive short level on JOBY, but absolute crazy volatility. FTNT is coming into an aggressive long level. FTNT is coming. What a monster bounce on JOBY. It's probably going to get sold into. You're seeing a lot of volatility. But Joby's green on the tape. Celsius still up 20. Run is up 33%, squeezing. Look at Run, guys. Run is squeezing here. Wow. What a monster move on Sunrun, breaking out to the high side. High short interest name, absolutely filthy. Prox hit our downside target, bouncing a little bit. I still haven't done anything yet. I'm just waiting. PLTR. That's seeing a little bit of sell side, but still acting quite well. Rivian's flying back to 12 bucks right now. Nvidia going for another new high, so NVDA trying to bust through pre-market high. Market is still in full-fledged rally mode. SPY is still pushing higher here. What a filthy bounce in Joby there. Big bounce across pretty much everything here. Market is still very strong. Hood is pushing. Yep. Everything's really strong right now. Everything is. Seeing Rivian still acting well. Apple's testing pre-market low, so that's starting to see some sell side. Never officially hit my long level on Apple. S&P 500 starting to come in just a little bit. Still seeing some strength. Nvidia's acting well. Fortnite still down 25. Apple still up 2. Nvidia up 1.5. QBTS negative. NVO up 6.5. SBET is seeing a little bit of momentum. AMD's got a little bit of top wicks forming. EQT is trying to firm up here, guys. So EQT is trying to break out. Nat gas is still under a bit of distribution. Trying to firm up. Tesla 0.3. China stocks are still holding steady. Google up 0.3. Meta's slightly negative. So Meta's seeing a little bit of distribution. EQT, guys. EQT is starting to try to break out here. EQT is trying to break out to the high side. Carvana is still very strong today. Meta right now under a bit of pressure. Let's look at Lilly. Lilly's probably getting a... Wow, no bid there on Lilly. That's crazy. Lilly's sweeping those lows that we discussed. Oh my goodness. Lilly's coming into that gap fill. There is an aggressive level there, but that's a tough trade. Tough trade. EQT 51.92 printing. Rivian's still strong. Apple's trying to hold steady. Gold is ripping here. Yields are soft. Crude oil's green, up 0.5%. Bitcoin's seeing some strength today. SPY is still holding at the highs here. Rivian up 2.79. Chipotle seeing some strength. Joby trying to go back to the negative side, but huge reversal there. Palantir green. Hood is up 2.8. China stock's doing well. NVO is still trying to hold steady. NVO holding steady. S&P 500 still holding steady. A little bit of top wicks. IWM is coming in a touch here. Apple though trying to reverse back higher. Nvidia is still ripping. A few dollars away from all-time highs. Meta's negative in the pre-market. Dixie is trying to turn green here. Silver Juniors, guys, are absolutely flying here. Up 5% on SILJ. Look at Silver Juniors, guys. I'm looking at taking profits on my $16 calls for Silver Juniors, guys. Silver's going for a breakout. Gold still strong. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady and push. Rivian at 12 bucks. IWM right now is looking a little bit weaker than the S&P and Qs, at least from a technical standpoint, but it's holding much better than SPY right now. Qs and IWM are kind of neck and neck. Nvidia is still ripping here. Big push on Nvidia. S&P going for another high. S&P 500 still very, very strong. Nvidia going for another all-time high push. Nvidia is about to sweep the all-time high. It just did, guys. New all-time high on Nvidia. Pierced it. Huge liquidity sweep there, but a new all-time high on Nvidia. Monster, monster push. SPY's still strong. EQT $52 calls are green. Natural gas still weak. Meta's still lagging. You have Apple, huge strength. Nvidia, huge strength, which is what we saw in the pre-market. Google slightly green. Amazon up almost 1%. Tesla kind of lagging the market today. Crocs is down 25%. Hims is up a couple percent. Rivian's still up about 3%. UNH is slightly green. FTNT bouncing a little bit here. Down still 25%. Jeez. I wish I took those Crocs $85 puts. Those printed off of the open, but never ever took a fill. EQT still trying to stage a bit of a breakout here, guys. Our calls are in the money for next week. Still looking for more though. This is triggering a bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern on EQT. We are long and strong. The August 15th, we bought them yesterday. Those are waking up quite nicely. Up about 26% there. Still think Joby can come down. Rivian right now is seeing obviously a huge dead cat bounce, but I still think this is a liquidity grab for Rivian. IWM coming in a little bit, looking a little bit heavier on the IWM, guys. Certainly is. SPY right now, open door getting cooked, yep. Nvidia is still trying to hold those highs, that all-time high price. SPY is starting to come in just a touch here. Nvidia is still below that all-time high price. Trying. Apple's coming in a little bit, still holding above pre-market low. Rivian back under 12. AMD still up 3.5. Monster move. Carvana still up 1.5. Kraft Heinz Ketchup still doing quite well on KHC. Apple's getting another push here. AMD still very strong. Gold is ripping right now. Bitcoin above 116.5. Nothing yet for me to do in the indices. We're not at a long, we're not at a short. Individual names are definitely the better opportunities, but I'm just taking things slow. Microsoft just turned negative, guys, on the tape. MSFT just turned negative. EQT going for another high of day. Natural gas right now down 0.66. AMD at 169, ripping to the upside on AMD. Huge push. Apple still up about 3%. EQT is starting to rip, guys. That's a members trade. Let's look at AppLovin. I forgot to look at that one. That's a big name. Yeah, AppLovin dipping in the pre-market now, starting to rip. Very interesting. Everything is pretty much catching a bit of a bid here. IWM though looking a little bit weaker. So small caps are getting sold into here. Definitely a little bit more material weakness in small caps. SPY coming in a touch. Oscar seeing a nice bid. Rivian still trying to test 12 bucks. Crude oil catching a bid, trying to recapture 64. Joby is starting to come in a little bit more now. Is that a huge liquidity grab on Joby? Perhaps. That would be filthy. If they take Joby back down to the lows, that would be filthy. But Joby is starting to come in. Back testing prior day lows. SPY is dipping a little bit. EQT is still firm here. Nat Gas trying to move. Nvidia stopping out the high, all-time high pivot shorts. I'm getting an alert on Lululemon, guys. What is Lulu doing here? Wow, Lulu's knifing itself. Joby's melting to the downside. Testing some support levels. Interesting. How's Nike doing? I haven't looked at that name. That's coming in a little bit. UNH coming in. Did FT&T get a bounce at all? Yeah, it's trying to bounce. Apple right now is still holding near the highs. Never officially tagged my short level for Apple. Still looking for a little bit lower. EQT though, guys. What a beautiful little bounce there on EQT. It's a stunning bounce. This name's looking pretty strong. Our $52 calls that we took yesterday are in the money. Come on down, Joby. Come on down. IWM is looking much heavier here, guys. That's really starting to come in. It's printing to the downside, so you have much more relative strength occurring in the S&P, although you are breaking that 15-minute opening range. Rivian still at 11.95. Silver Jr. still ripping. AMD still strong, so you still have mega caps holding this market up. But you have Tesla negative, Meta negative, Microsoft negative, Google negative. It's really Apple and Nvidia show right now, guys. That's what's keeping this market up. Definitely a big comeback on some individual names. Hims is still up a couple percent, but Joby now down 2.5%. What an epic reversal, guys. Such manipulation in Joby. This is the problem with these high flyer momentum names. They can be manipulated. I mean, 15 billion in our stock market is really nothing anymore. One simple hedge fund can absolutely rip it. I'd love to see Joby snake this liquidity, trap all these bulls, come back down to gap. SPY right now still holding steady. EQT new high a day. Let's go. That was our arbitrage opportunity in Nat Gas. Nat Gas is still struggling on the session, and this name is printing to the high side, guys. Let's go, EQT. That was a pre-market. We took those yesterday. That was a trade alert issued to members, and it is performing quite well. Boom. I like that a lot. Tesla's still struggling. Nat Gas is firming up here. Still trading. On SPY, IWM still looking pretty heavy here. Why isn't my chart loading for Joby here? Come on. Nat Gas trying to go green. Why isn't my chart loading for Joby? Come on. There we go. Still getting a buy the dip. IWM is not really performing with the bounce in SPY. Look at IWM, still at the lows, guys. Nvidia pushing right back. Nvidia new high of day. Sorry, AMD new high of day. Nvidia back above that all-time high. Apple still showing distribution. Tesla trying to firm up. Meta, Tesla, Google, Microsoft still negative on the tape. EQT squeezing, now up 1.59%. KHC's green. Hims is back above $52. AMD up 4.2. Hood is ripping up 4.49. Roblox green. Palantir slightly green. China stocks are still doing well. Enphase Energy doing well. Netflix is green. Bitcoin's still trying to push. Come on down, Joby. IWM is melting lower as SPY's trying to push. So all mega caps are taking this liquidity, guys. Mega cap is taking all of this liquidity. Apple still up 2.6%. IWM still dripping lower, guys. This is a pure mega cap rally from Apple and Nvidia and some individual semiconductors like AMD. But IWM is looking pretty weak right now. Definitely coming in hard. Coming in hard on IWM. Let's take a peek at Oscar. Yeah, Oscar had a nice rip there. I did. I was watching that on my other screen. Really, really big bounce. Let's look at UNH. UNH coming in now. Let's look at Lilly again. Lilly's still at the lows. This is a heavyweight weighing in on the healthcare sector. Still coming in. Lilly, we have a day trade long. If Lilly hits 630, I would trade on the long side. Do I have an alert there? That's actually 635. I'm going to put an alert there for Lilly. But that is coming in full force. Wow, big stock weighing in on the indices, at least XLV. IWM still dripping. Coming into prior day high here on IWM, guys. SPY's now falling. EQT still strong. Look at Joby. Joby's snaking that liquidity. Come on down, Joby. Give us a new low of day on JOBY. AMD new high of day. Nvidia still holding steady. SPY looking a little bit heavier. EQT still trying to firm up. Carvana is still green. Rivian up 3.3. But that could reverse if the markets break down. Come on, Joby. Melt it to the downside. Melt it. Melt it. Melt it. I want Joby at this gap fill. I would love to see Joby retest that pre-market dump. Joby on its earnings. How many charts do I have up right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 11 screens up. I got a lot. And I'm not even using my one other monitor right now. I have that down. And then I usually have a TV going in the background as well. But I'm not even using one of my monitors right now. Alright, SPY, big bounce on the S&P 500 there. Really sizable bounce. We're up over 35% on our EQT calls. Those are still working. Spread is pretty wide. They're still trying to keep this market pinned through Nvidia, AMD, and Apple. Those are your heavyweights pumping this market up. Any level on Hood? Short level? Yeah, that's a monster move, but new all-time high sweep. That's my short level. If you're wanting to take it here, you can try it, but I would only be interested at a sweep of the high. But again, it's extended intraday for sure. You know, but I would only take it at a new all-time high sweep, personally speaking, just with what the market's doing. And you want to be careful with this name because it has triggered this really sloppy inverse head and shoulders. You had a failed head and shoulders pattern, and you've now triggered an inverse head and shoulders, which should take you to a B of 116. So tough name right now. It's definitely tough. AMD is still a monster. Rivian up 12, above 12. AMD at 171. What a beast. What an absolute filthy beast. This market is in full-fledged rally mode. All mega caps are back green. We are ripping to the upside here. Monster moves across the board. Filthy rally in the equity markets right now. If you're wanting to take an aggressive short level on SPY, if you sweep this high, that is a doji candle. That's an aggressive short level on SPY. Look at Joby knifing here, guys. Joby's absolutely getting punished, sweeping that long liquidity. Come on, Joby. Look at that nasty little reversal back down. That is pure market manipulation. And the market hasn't even given us any sort of a sell yet. And it's coming in. Wow, Rivian's still printing. Warner Brothers is down. Tesla's still green. SMCI up 3%, bouncing. Sunrun up 34%. Damn, I wish I still had my calls. SBET still green. Intel's getting slapped. Look at ticker run. SBET is trying to now push to the breakout here. Huge momentum trade on SBET trying to push here. Wow. AMD up over 5%. NVO coming in a little bit. That's due to your healthcare weakness. Fortinet back down to the lows. Let's look at AppLovin again. AppLovin, wow, what a stick on AppLovin. ABNB. Airbnb is catching a bounce. Let's look at Dash again. Dash is coming in. SPY still trying. AMD still pushing. $80 on Hood. You're gonna need the market to crumble. There's so much momentum on it. I mean, it could happen, but you need the market to fall, and right now we're still in a raging bull. Shorting right now is still threading the needle on those high momentum names, that's for sure. Look at SPY. But yeah, anything's possible. It could still come down, but it looks like it wants new all-time highs before that does that. Yeah, $80 is a big area that it still could retest, but it's still strong right now. Full-fledged rally mode. Come on, Joby, give us a new low of day. Look at Rivian. Rivian's a monster. So I entered those next week put options on Rivian as well, guys. 1150s for next week. I did enter that trade. BMNR, that's pumping up 12%. Yep, AMD is finally starting to get a reversal. Same thing with NVIDIA. Still testing pre-market high. So nice little rejection there on SPY. Come on down, Joby. Break the lows. EQT still about 52. NVIDIA a bit of a 15-minute reversal. What else we got going on? Bitcoin's still trying to trend. Dixie's still green on the session. Gold taking a bit of a breather. SPY is starting to get a little bit heavier here. IWM going for prior day high, guys. You have a target of 120 on Hood. Thank you. Yeah, Hood's strong. Hood's tough. It ain't an easy short. That's for sure. It's got a lot of momentum behind it, and it's a great platform. Is its valuation a little stretched? Yes, but we've seen how this market can absolutely run, right? To the upside. Absolutely incredible, this market sometimes. You know, it still shocks me. Come on, Joby, sweep those lows. We need that market to dump here. AMD still trying to press. Unrelenting strength in AMD. We got Joby going for the lows of the session. Come on, down, Joby. SPY starting to come in. IWM also coming in a little bit. Rivian still holding steady. Carvana up 3%. Carvana's ripping here. AIMS is up 2.5. AMD up 5.2. Apple still holding between its pre-market low and pre-market high. Still holding bullish structure. IWM is really getting whacked to the downside here. They are selling Joby. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the market, hitting the tape right now. Dixie is quietly trying to float up here. Joby could absolutely knife here, guys. We're testing those lows. Come on, take that low, Joby. Take it out. Here goes Joby, guys. There goes new lows on JOBY. Absolutely knifing it here. Guys, I just trimmed half of my Joby there. Trimmed half. I'm gonna leave a runner into the gap. I think we could definitely still sell off. Come on down, Joby! Let's go! Sweeping that low. What an absolute filthy beast Joby is. Look at this market manipulation. I still think we can head to that gap. That's where we dipped in the pre-market yesterday off of its earnings. And it was a nasty earnings report. If the market sells off, we should get Joby to come lower, guys. But nice little gain there. Come on down. EQT look to be going for another high of day. S&P is still just stuck in this opening range. Joby new lows. Let's go, Joby. Hey, thank you very much, Joby. Take us down. Come on, Joby. Fill that gap. That would be a filthy grand slam hit if we filled that gap. EQT ripping here, guys, to the upside. Natural gas is still negative, but EQT wants that new high a day. We got natural gas inventories around 10:30, 23 minutes. Natural gas, I'm optimistic for a spike. We will see what happens. Right now it's under a little bit of distribution, but I'm optimistic for a nat gas spike. Rivian's still strong. IWM doing the gap and crack on the IWM. That is filthy. Look at Joby knifing to the downside here. Wow. JOBY coming into a fib level here. 30-minute chart support on JOBY is around at 1772. My oh my. IWM, look at that filthy reversal on the small caps. Is the S&P gonna follow suit? There's a chance of it, guys. There is a chance. QQQ though just holding unbelievably strong right now. That is filthy. Rivian's still trying to push. That is crazy. Apple, imagine this is our lower high in the markets. Apple's still trying to hold steady here. My oh my oh my. We are certainly seeing some distribution. I'm looking at fading some high elevated stocks. How's ticker Run doing? Run could be cooked here. What else we got elevated? Peloton. Let's look at Peloton. I'm looking at fading some of these high flyers, guys. Peloton hitting my upside levels. That's still a tough short, but it looks, what's this HL? Damn, I think there's going to be some fading opportunities in this market. Let's look at this Run ticker. That's a huge move. Way past what I was expecting. Run, I'm looking at shorting Run, but it needs to go a little bit lower. Joby's trying to catch a bounce. Joby should go a little bit lower, especially if the market gives up some steam. Nvidia's reversing now, guys. Mine is coming in hard here. IWM is about to go negative. Oh yeah, it did. Nope. Right now. It's about to go negative right now. IWM. So they are doing gap and crack, guys. I'm looking at shorting Run. I'm looking at getting into the $11 puts. It's aggressive. It's very aggressive for expiry tomorrow. I think we could see a pretty decent down move in this market, but we banked on Joby. Still leaving runners. IWM still looking weak. Nvidia coming in, Apple coming in a little bit, EQT still strong. Fortinet still down 25%. SoFi is doing quite well today. LLY hitting my long level. Oof, LLY hitting a long level. They're trying to rope me in right when we're trying to see a probable decline in the market. That is filthy. That is filthy. LLY coming in hot, guys. That is my little bit of an aggressive long level. I'm going to watch it. I'm just not really confident in the S&P right here because look at that move down, right? Huge decline in the S&P 500. IWM's obviously weak. on the tape. IWM's trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. AMD is still a beast. This did fill its gap. That's kind of interesting. Mic check. All right, there we go. Yeah, I was muted. Thanks, guys. I guess it's my Yeti mic is not cooperating with me. I might have to switch to another one. I like this one because it's on a pole. Yep, there we go. Thank you. Alright, so guys, Joby bouncing a little bit here. Again, I pulled the majority of my profits off the table for JOBY. It is bouncing off a 30-minute chart support. S&P 500 is tagging that aggressive long level that I discussed. Sunrun is trying to make a move here. What else we got going on? China stock's still doing well. Nat gas inventory is coming out in 10 minutes, so we'll see what that does for EQT. Hopefully it stays firm and pumps it to the high side. I would appreciate that. S&P trying to go lower. Apple looking heavy. SPY IWM looking a little bit heavier too. EQT's coming in a little bit. Probably some capital moving defensively. Joby's still trying to hold around 1795. Nvidia curling down. Come on down, run. Come on down. S&P seeing more sell side pressure. You have Apple testing pre-market low. SPY continuing to melt here. Come on down, run. Let's look at how the other solar stocks are doing. First Solar, that's still trying to do well here. Enphase, ENPH. Yeah, that's trying to bounce. TAN is coming in a little bit. House Solar Edge. That's actually reverse negative. Wow. Rivian trying to see some sell side pressure off of 12 bucks. Finally starting to see a little bit of a rejection off that opening high. IWM's negative. SPY's struggling here. Come on down, run. SPY getting heavy. I'm glad I didn't take that aggressive long level. We'll take that off of the charts. And we are doing the infamous gap and crack. So SPY puts definitely, and where we could ultimately go, the downside, guys, is a retest of this neckline. That would rope out a lot of volatility, but let me actually pull up my other chart here and just see where SPY wants to try to bounce. 10-minute EMA is sitting here at 631. Your point of control on SPY that we're coming up into 632.63, so just right at that gap fill is your point of control. Quite a bit more selling. UH getting rocked. How's that Eli Lilly trade? Yeah, right at that long level. So it did bounce off of that long, but I never took it. Let's look at AMD here. AMD starting to come in. That could fall quite a bit. Nvidia obviously sweeping that all-time high, coming in as well. Apple starting to come in. QQQ still holding up better than the S&P and IWM, but definitely seeing some weakness hitting this tape. So 632, a Pierce of 633, guys, is an aggressive long level. That gap fill is aggressive, but it could work out. EQT knifing, everything is seeing sell side pressure right now. Everything. Nat gas is trying to firm up though. Microsoft's negative, Tesla, Meta negative. IWM down by 0.2. The Dow's gone negative. Even with the strength in Apple, surprisingly the Dow has gone negative. Run is holding steady. It's probably going to be a late decliner. And the problem with the S&P technicals right now is that the Qs are still so extended. So the Q opportunity, the NASDAQ long aggressive level is around 569.90, 569.54 is your aggressive long on the Qs. Rivian looking a little bit heavier here. Trying to lose that opening range. I hope they take Rivian negative. You still could go negative on Rivian. Big dead cat bounce. This pivot is important. If you still lose that pivot, that's very important for Rivian. EQT selling off ahead of inventory, so people moving more defensively. Joby made a new low of day. I mean, those Joby puts, guys, what looked pretty nasty off of that fake liquidity dump is telling us we're probably going to gap fill. IWM still looking super heavy, but coming into 15-minute chart support right now. Run is still holding steady up here, surprisingly. Could be a late day seller. HIMS is still up 3.4%. A lot more red starting to appear on the screen. Apple testing pre-market low. Nvidia testing 182. Joby going for another low of day. We are seeing some massive distribution. The gap and crack has occurred in the equity markets, and we've taken profits on Joby. Anyone that caught those SPY shorts or IWM, good job. Come on, Rivian. Take Rivian negative and I would be happy. I'd be very happy with Rivian going negative. Come on, Run. Take us down, Run. Run hasn't really sold off yet, but I think it will. I think run will also see a pretty decent move back down. Rivian's still back under 12 bucks. QQQ still off of its long level. 569.54 is an aggressive long on the Qs. Joby going for new lows. Joby going for new lows. Oh my goodness, we just need this run to break down. Look at the weakness in Joby, guys. That is a filthy little decline. That is absolutely filthy. Joby is a wrecking machine to the downside. QQQ still looking heavy, but markets are trying to stabilize here through Apple and Nvidia again. The Dixie is quietly moving up. Natural gas inventories, guys. Natural gas inventories are out, and we are seeing nat gas. Whoops, that's the wrong contract. We are seeing some volatility spiking to the upside. Come on, nat gas. I don't even know what the inventories are. Let me see if I can find them. Come on. And surprisingly, EQT hasn't even firmed up here. So arbitrage opportunity on EQT. These inventories are trying to spike here to the high side. Let me just look here on my other friggin' screen. Have it much faster on the app. Sometimes apps are so much better than desktops. But nat gas spiking here. EQT, guys, if this holds on nat gas, EQT is going to fly. You had a huge pullback on EQT. It's still in a very strong uptrend, positive when the market's under pressure. But if nat gas holds here, we are going to see EQT and AR fly to the upside. Come on, hold, hold, hold. I don't even know what time I am. Oh, okay, that's the 8:30. Come on, EQT, print, 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 print. Natural gas storage. So the forecast is 10 billion. I'm still waiting on it, to be honest. Hasn't populated yet, but obviously it's acting quite well so far. $7 billion build. So forecast was for 10 billion build, 7 billion build for nat gas. Natural gas pumping. Let's go. Called that. Come on, EQT. EQT is going to fly. So the build was less than expected, guys, on natural gas. We should see this make a 3-bar surge into its upside target. Between 320 to 321, natural gas is triggering and building momentum off of this report. Come on, please hold nat gas. Pump EQT to the high side here. Come on, pump EQT. If this candle on nat gas holds, guys, again, the report is bullish for nat gas. It's showing less than expected build. Less than expected build for nat gas. Look at this. So far it is holding. Let's look at AR. AR also looking constructive. Like it wants to press here. Come on, EQT. Hold steady. Break this bull flag to the upside and squeeze. Squeeze. QQQ and S&P are trying to stage a bounce. SPY is bouncing off of that PDH, prior day high. Natural gas is now up 1.39%. Let's go. We're riding those EQT calls. We made a video specifically around that trade, and it is pumping here. It is pumping. Crude oil somewhat muted, but nat gas up 1.42%. Let's pump it. Push it. TP. Let's go. Come on. Come on, nat gas. Keep squeezing. Hold this close. I would love to see this 15-minute candle close. 10-minute candle has 3 minutes left. I want to see us hold this high. We are absolutely squeezing. A nice amount of consolidation there on nat gas. SPY going lower. Chop us down. Chop us down. Let's go. EQT back above 52. Printing. Run. Still holding steady. Come on, nat gas. Keep squeezing. Keep squeezing. Again, I'm riding those $52 calls for EQT next week. Spread is about 15 cents. Pretty wide, which is telling me that they're probably wanting to pump it higher. Come on, hold, nat gas. Hold. You can squeeze. There's a lot of bears. There's a lot of bears that were buying KOLD when we were breaking down. So there's a lot of bears. As long as this holds, this 15-minute candle close will be super constructive. Run is still holding steady. Nvidia is still holding steady. Meta, Tesla lagging. IWM still negative. Dow is still negative. Nat gas still trying to hold steady. Apple curling back down. S&P still looking somewhat heavy here. How is Eli Lilly? LLY. Still super heavy. Fortinet, FTNT. That's trying to stage a bit of a bounce. AMD. AMD coming in. Let's look at Joby. Joby still hanging out at the lows. EQT's pushing. Come on. SPY's trying to get a little bit heavier here. Still waiting on ticker run to see a decline. Tesla, Merck negative. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Palantir still slightly positive, 1.86. Hood is still up 4.2%, holding above 110. Silver Juniors trading well on the session. UNH down another couple percent. Joby down 5.92. Carvana still up 1.71. HIMS is up 3. Rivian up 3.2. ET up 1.38. Trying to get a push. Come on, nat gas. Don't lose this level. Telegram muted? What the heck is wrong with Telegram? I don't know why it mutes there. There we go. Telegram's glitchy sometimes. Nevertheless, natural gas storage come out bullish. Natural gas print. You are seeing the markets looking a little bit heavier here. SPY is trying to bounce, but I'm seeing Apple curling down. Still holding above pre-market low on Apple. So it's still technically okay. But Apple coming in just a touch here. I was hoping for a short off of this daily and weekly resistance zone, but they never ever gave it to us. EQT pushing here, guys. Come on, pump us to the high side. Pump us to the high side. Getting a bounce in the S&P 500 here. EQT going for another high of day print. You're above your POC volume zone. Come on, EQT. EQT has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. Nat gas seeing a little bit of a decline here. Minor decline, but that's okay. The print is still bullish. Didn't get that 10-minute close. SPY's still heavy here. Still waiting on ticker run. I think run can definitely see some profit taking, especially if the markets want to go lower. We've kind of been pinned at this area for now. Crocs is still getting slaughtered. Tesla Meta still struggling. JP Morgan's down. Lilly's down 14.5%. You do not see that often, guys. Lilly down 14.5%. Joby hanging around 1790. Microsoft's looking like it wants to go slightly negative. Let's look at that IWM again. IWM, huge sell side pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive 15-minute candles. On the 10-minute chart, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive 10-minute candles to the downside. Back inside yesterday's chop, and this is potentially a failed breakout on the IWM. That's what we need to be watching for. This is a failed inverse head and shoulders breakout on the IWM. What does that mean, guys? That likely means we could see a whole host more downside. You take this measured move of this inverse head and shoulders, which would have given you a huge print to the upside, and now we take it down to the failure, and IWM should go lower, guys. IWM failed breakout. Wow, so IWM downside possibility, not today, but downside possibility, guys, on IWM is all the way down here. Failed breakout TP. That is filthy. That is a filthy decline in the Russell, guys. They are exiting stage left here. Wow. That is nasty. Alright, is Run going to start taking its next down leg? Come on, Run. Break it down. Break it down. Chop us lower. Surprised Rivian's still holding this steady. SPY's trying to stabilize. Natural gas getting sold into just a little bit here. But it still has technical room to run. But definitely coming in a little bit. Nat gas. So Nat gas 20-minute did get that bullish close. Same thing on the 10-minute. But you are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure hitting Nat gas. Qs are still bouncing. IWM trying to bounce just a touch. VIX is green on the tape, guys. Nvidia going back for another push, which is why SPY is bouncing. Rivian back above 12. All right, time for me to take a seat. Pretty hungry too. EQT still trying to push. Looks like a new high a day coming in for EQT, guys. Come on, give us this explosive move. Nat gas has pulled back. You've had some breakout sellers in natural gas. Look at EQT going, running here. It is running. Give us the new high of day, EQT. Come on. Alright, let's look back to Run here. Run. I still think Run's going to go through its time in the sun to decline. A lot of people piling on the short side or on the long side trying to squeeze this name, high short interest, but I do think it's a liquidity trap. Nvidia's still holding it steady. Tesla Meta is still struggling here. Joby still down 5.63%, guys. EQT going for that high of day. Market staging a nice bounce here. There goes EQT. Surging. Nat gas really isn't even moving yet. But that liquidity's coming in. Let's get it. Look at EQT squeeze, guys. EQT is squeezing. Beautiful little squeeze there. Monster breakout there on EQT. Monster breakout. We could be setting up for a nice falling wedge pattern breakout. Obviously the market's running into a little bit of resistance and selling here. There's some resistance there on EQT. And you have some resistance there. Nat gas. IWM new lows, guys. IWM new lows. Joby looks like it's going to fall off a cliff. Just waiting on this ticker run. And Rivian, guys. I still think Rivian is luring people in for the dead cat bounce here. I still think Rivian's going to go lower. We just have to be a bit patient with Rivian. But it should pay. It should pay. This is a dead cat bounce. I think they're luring all this liquidity just to take us lower. That is my expectation. Ticker run still holding up quite well. IWM new lows. SPY getting slapped. Nat gas still trying to hold steady. SPY new lows. SPY just slapped the lows there, guys. Markets are looking heavy. Dow's down. IWM's down. SPY's about to go negative. SPY is about to go negative. Huge, huge decline. Gap and crack has once again happened. The gap and crack has occurred in the equity markets. Yet again, the infamous market makers just eating up that liquidity. Come on, Rivian, take us lower. SPY still should fill its downside gap. Ticker run is still a heavy, heavy stock here. So QQQ, the reason we're bouncing is because it did hit. No, it hasn't hit it yet. But Nvidia holding steady. Nat gas looking like it wants to go through another wave of upside price. HIMS is still up 2%. Carvana is still up 1.4. Hood is up 5.95 and squeezing. Roblox turned negative. China stocks are still strong. Home builders, guys, Lennar is probably going to be one of my top winners of the session in terms of swing trading. Our Lennar calls are just the gift that keeps on giving. Hitting an upside target, but I still think we can squeeze on home builders. Tesla getting rocked today. Tesla under a bit of pressure. I shouldn't say rocked, just a minor bit of pressure. Underperforming the market. Which is why I still think Rivian should see a bigger move to the downside. Joby still hanging down, 5.86%. Come on, Rivian. Come on down, Rivian. Come on down. Ticker run is starting to see some distribution. SPY still struggling here. Seeing more downside volatility, guys. More downside volatility. Joby. Joby. Hello. Hello to the new lows on Joby. Joby's a filthy little beast. Filthy. Ticker run starting to get a little bit heavier here. Is run going for a downside run? Rivian looking a little bit heavier here. Markets are trying to hold steady here. QQQ still leading the charge. But it seems like they're doing a really strong liquidity sweep through the IWM and SPY. Come on down, run. Rivian breaking that $12 handle. Apple still holding steady. Still, they're keeping these markets from free falling through a few individuals, your big boys. But there's a lot of selling happening under the hood of this market, guys. There is quite a bit of selling under the hood of this market. Going through your sectors, you have regional banks getting slaughtered down 1%, communications under pressure, financials negative, industrials negative, real estate negative, healthcare down sharply, consumer discretionary, utilities, staples, tech, and energy are your green sectors with a little bit of price action in materials. But there's a lot of sell side pressure, guys, hitting this tape. And we could still go lower. QQQ could fill its gap. SPY could knife through its gap. Look at new lows on SPY. New lows. Take Rivian negative. I would bless your soul if you take Rivian negative. Natural gas still seeing a bit of sell side, but that's because the market is selling here a little bit. It's looking a little bit heavier still. Bitcoin still above 116. Run is still holding steady at these highs. Come on, run. Take us back inside this pivot high. SPY's still looking heavy. Rivian's looking heavier now too. Rivian coming. Nvidia looking heavier. Nvidia's starting to sell, guys. Nvidia's starting to sell. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening with the big bad Nvidia Qs? New lows on the Qs. We are starting to break down here, guys. Chop it down. Come on, run. Take us down. Rivian still needs to break down even more. SPY still seeing more distribution. Qs are coming into your value area high, so there is a bit of support coming in for the Qs. Yeah, that's the wrong contract. That's the wrong contract, man. IWM still looking heavy. Nvidia looking heavy. They are still selling this market. SPY's looking heavy, guys. Aggressive long level on SPY, really tagging right here, but Qs aren't into its long level, so Qs are skewing this market a little bit. Still selling. Apple's holding things steady right now, but Nvidia's going through its downside price volatility, guys. Things are still looking nasty here. Things are looking nasty still. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia looks like it wants to gap and crack. QQQ coming into its value area high here. So you have some volume sitting here on the Qs at 569.54. That's kind of where you need to take SPY long. As soon as Qs hit this area, that's your long on SPY. But Nvidia coming in hot right now. Looking pretty filthy for NVDA. That is not something we want to step in front of yet. Run is still seeing some strength, holding this name steady. See that IWM? Look at IWM, guys. No bounce yet in the Russell. You're probably going to get a big bounce eventually, but not yet. You're still getting absolute chaos in small cap land. Joby still testing the lows, guys. Joby's going for that gap fill. Apple getting a nice bounce, which is helping the S&P 500 here. Our markets are trying to stage a bit of a bounce. SPY off of gap fill. SPY did hit its point of control. So SPY did hit 632.63 was a big level for SPY. But the problem with that point of control level, I have it on my other screen here, is the fact that the Qs haven't hit its point of control just quite yet. So that's the issue right now. You can see the Qs haven't hit its value area yet, but it is bouncing. Apple staging a bit of a relief here. Microsoft back to the positive side. Saying SMT, small divergence in QQQ and SPY. Yep, there is for sure. There is. Rivian starting to come in a little bit more right now. Man, if they're roping Sunrun liquidity in here, Sunrun, when it starts to sell, it's gonna start knifing hard. But if they take Sunrun back negative, that would be a monster liquidity grab for these solar names. I would be epic. If Sunrun went back to that gap fill, I mean, that would be roughly, oh my goodness, that would be a 10x trade. So those lottos would absolutely print. Still got time for right now. It's holding steady, but imagine Sunrun roped in and went negative. That would be a huge trade. That would be a huge trade, guys. Stranger things have happened. You don't need much money to play run on the downside. Contracts are super cheap still right now. Those $11 puts. Super cheap. But if they ended up taking run back to the negative side, which they could, you know, imagine a gap fill retest on run, $9, we would be up probably around somewhere between 1,000 to 1,200%. You know, doesn't take a lot of money to try to hit a grand slam here. You got the backdrop of the market selling, so we'll see. I'm just saying Sunrun could be a grand slam hit. It's strong right now, but I've seen nasty things in the markets, guys. I've seen real nasty things in the market. Rivian starting to get a little bit heavier now. RIVN starting to come in. Good to see. Yeah, that is holding point of control for the time being. But Qs are the weird divergence, guys. Qs are the weird divergence. Nat gas still slightly positive. But the market's looking pretty heavy. I need to grab some lunch. I'm hungry again. Guys, look at Joby. Joby printing, guys. Bang, 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 bang. New lows on Joby. Bang, bang. Look at that. Huge catapult to the downside on Joby. New lows. Let's get it. Print that paper. Huge trade, guys. Huge trade on Joby. That is stunning. It's going for that gap fill. And honestly, the way that things are looking, could be even more. But Joby printing, if you're wanting to secure more profits, I mean, that's the prudent thing to do. I've secured profits. Still a couple runners, but the trade is risk-free. Run is still holding above $12. It's a pretty strong chart right now. Imagine they take Apple negative. That would be cool. Carvana's seeing its liquidity falling. Rivian trying to stage a bit of a bounce. Qs, look at that value area high, guys. Qs are bouncing off of it. Qs are bouncing off of its value area high. Is it enough though? Is it enough? How's AEO doing today? That's getting slapped slightly. Not bad. Fortinet still down. LLY, that's still near the lows. I mean, wow. Crazy. How's AppLovin doing again? That's actually holding quite steady there. Airbnb, that's melting to the lows. Probably going to go lower on Airbnb. Dash. Wow, Dash cracking. Interesting. Very cool. Very cool. Natural gas getting sold into a little bit. Novo still doing well. Peloton faded. That would have been a good short off of Peloton. Palantir still holding steady. That name's still strong. Snapchat going lower. What the heck is a CREG? Craig? That's holding steady. So Qs are staging a bit of a relief rally here. How's AMD doing again? Run is going for another high of day press. Trying to pump up Run some more. It's going on a little run. Lucid, let's see that name. Yeah, that's still in the deep dark depths below. What's this? HL. HL looks toppy up here. How was Hertz? HTZ. Apple's still surprisingly holding up quite well. EQT selling, Nat Gas looking a little bit heavier. Apple's still holding up here. Apple is holding. Come on, take Rivian back to the negative side. Take it back negative. Sweep that liquidity. Joby still down 7.4% on JOBY. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here. EQT selling now. Okay, it's looking a little heavier. EQT getting sold into as Nat Gas is seeing some sell side pressure. That's a next week play though. It started off nice and strong, but definitely getting sold into a little bit. SPY still weak, IWM still weak. Qs are still what's holding this market up right now. There's a little bit of a bounce on Qs. Guys, I just took a QQQ lotto. Again, it's a lotto. So just understand that 561, I'm looking for a potential move all the way back down to your point of control. That would be a retest of your neckline. This is sized for loss. And when I say it's a lotto, it's two contracts. I mean, it's basically a very cheap play on a huge potential move to the downside. So QQQ Lotto 561 put 0 DTE. I don't. It's probably going to be lose. That's why it's so tiny. But again, if that ended up going, it would be a monster. But just understand, it's nothing of any size. It's a little bit of a fun money to see if we can get a big move back down on the Qs. IWM new lows. Joby still near the lows. Rivian selling. That would be stupid. Let's go, Rivian. Dump it. Joby testing 17.5. Rivian still dripping. So in order for this lotto, we need Apple and Nvidia give up the goods. We need them to give up the goods. We're still trying to push. BRB, guys. IWM bouncing off a prior day low. You took 553s on some whatever. 553s? That's even more of a lotto than me. 553s, holy. Yeah, well, if that hits, that'll be a grand slam for sure. EQT still, after a pullback, still hugging that EMA on the 10-minute chart. Still acting quite well. Natural gas is taking a bit of a dip here, so nat gas appeared to be trying to break out, but seeing some sell side pressure as of now. IWM hitting TP2 from yesterday, bouncing off a prior day low. Run is still trying to push to the upside, still seeing some distribution signals, but definitely still grinding and floating, acting quite well. Oh, Rivian, come on, I think we still can take Rivian lower, but holding steady for the time being. QQQ, nice bounce on the Qs there. Really nice bounce. Apple trying to push higher. AMD's punching higher as well. Joby getting a little bit of a bounce. I'm just eating some lunch here, guys, but still watching things. So if you see me stepping off camera, that's why. A SPY can run to 638 maybe tomorrow or next week. So Ram is saying SPY. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? The markets have broken out in bullish alignment. I do see what you're looking at. For sure, they can absolutely run. That's why it's a lotto, right? But yeah, SPYs trigger that inverse head and shoulders just like the Qs. You got strength from Nvidia, you got strength from Apple. So markets are definitely still in a tactical bull trend. Definitely. So odds are the likelier outcome is still pressing higher, especially since Nvidia set a new all-time high. AMD starting to bottom. But that's what most people are looking at. So we're going for a little bit of a lotto, but yeah, markets are still holding technical structure. Don't be fooled. This S&P 500 has triggered that inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. That's a valid bullish pattern. Valid. But you have a lot of people chasing the longs, right? And the only thing that I'm seeing right now, which is that I don't like, is how the S&P has triggered its bullish pattern and the Qs have triggered its. IWM has had a bit of a failed breakout today. So that's why I'm going through a bit of a lotto short play, because IWM signaling some potential pain in the near term. Yeah, I'd be shocked if these hit lower too, but if we were to retest on the Qs all the way back down to your neckline breakout zone point of control, that would be epic. That would be a huge long level. Huge. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, run is coming in. Also, natural gas is giving up the goods here, guys, going negative. So I put a break-even stop loss on my EQT in the event that it wants to really start to sell off in case we go through a big market dip. But I got a break-even stop on my EQT trade just in the event that natural gas keeps dipping here. I am seeing it give up quite a bit of price action here. So just protect that trade. Protect that trade for sure because the markets are looking somewhat vulnerable in my opinion. But yeah, run could see a pretty harsh decline. I still think that could be a grand slam setup. We're waiting for it. IWM getting rejected off of its prior day low. QQQ testing that value area low again. So we could go through a bit more distribution, that's for sure. HIMS is getting sold into as well, guys. So some of these leading stocks in the session are getting sold into for sure. Nvidia dumping. . 。 . 。 . . 。. . 。 . 。. . . . . . . . . . . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 . 。 。 。 。 。 . 。 。 。 。 。 . 。 。
.
. 。 . . . . . . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Got to take a quick phone call here, guys. we are seeing NVIDIA break down here. That could be a problem for the QQQ. So NVIDIA is seeing some distribution, looking like now it's into its gap window, so Qs should make new lows here. What we are observing, so we are still seeing Apple hold steady at pre-market high. If Apple starts to falter with NVIDIA, that's going to be a big problem for this market. But look how heavy NVIDIA is looking. 15-minute bear flag breakdown into gap window. Liquidity sweep of the all-time highs. Things are looking troublesome for the big bad NVIDIA right now. But Apple's your strong horse. Then I'm gonna have to be in and out for the next little bit, guys. I just had some contractors show up at my house doing some concrete work. I think some concrete poured, so they may have questions. But overall, still writing some lottos on the Qs, lottos on the run here. Rivian's trying to bounce here, holding steady. I still think Rivian will come down. It's just sweeping in more liquidity. Before it goes lower, but Apple's still holding and keeping a lid on this market. Look how strong Apple is, going for a high pivot breakout. AMD at the moment starting to come in, so we'll see if semiconductors want to trigger a bit of a bear flag break here. Does look like a little bit of a bearish wedge pattern on the semis here. And if you break this, and you know that measured move on the bear flag is pretty deep down. So what I'm seeing in the market now is the IWM stabilized, small cap stabilizing, but the Qs are seeing some liquidity. So if this bear flag breaks on stocks, take a look at that downward move. It's a pretty big downside target on TP. If it breaks, right? Hasn't broken yet. Come on, if run breaks this level here, guys, you can see it on the daily chart, the level that run is trying to hold. It's this downsloping trend line from pivot high in November, pivot high. That's what you're into right now. And you're trying to hold it on the hourly chart, but we'll see. Obviously, the IWM is catching a nice bounce right now. So it is trying to firm up and hold. Really solid bounce in the IWM. NVIDIA doing a nice bounce as well. So we are seeing the markets trying to stabilize here. Maybe stocks will now go up. Yeah, I think you're into an area where 754 is your opening range high. Notice how you've broken out of your range. Broke out. Now you're back testing. So I think access to this opening range high on 754 on stocks is a high probable setup for sure. Yeah, I'm just resting my voice. I'm here, Ryan. I don't know if the market's bottoming here. I mean, you're getting a little bit of liquidity and move. Things can certainly bounce a little, but Nvidia's looking pretty heavy here. A little bit of continuation from its bear flag, so that's a bit of a problem for the market. IWM has recaptured its prior day low, um, sitting right off of a value area low, so that's why you're also bouncing. So confluence of levels for the Russell, but I still think we can go a little lower. I know I'm a little bit bearish, but we'll see. IWM's obviously staging a nice little hourly reversal. Candle closed in 11 minutes. We'll see if it wants to retrace that candle to the downside. Holding steady right now, the markets. Qs are starting to come in a little bit more. Nvidia's still looking heavy. IWM trying to tap 220. IWM's into an aggressive short level here. You have your hourly chart 50 moving average. Big bounce on run. Nvidia trying to stabilize. It is working to hold. Again, this is why we don't go in with styes. It's a small position. Looking for that grand slam. The grand slams don't happen easily, right? Lots of chop and volatility. Qs are trying to firm up a little bit. IWM trying to hit 220. So Qs look like they're going for that gap fill. Big sell-off coming into the NASDAQ. NVIDIA breaking. Broadcom breaking down. IWM seeing a hard sell-off. Qs are going for that gap, guys. They are melting. Qs are knifing here, guys. Qs are knifing. Big drop there. Let's see if the IWM wants to take out the lows. But the Qs are definitely seeing some considerable selling here. We should go lower. They want that gap on the Qs. Test prior day high on the Qs, prior day low on the IWM. IWM could still take out the lows in the session. They absolutely could. Hard knife down. Look at the downside in NVIDIA. Absolutely getting bludgeoned here. Q's just filled the gap, guys. QQQ just filled that gap. Can we go lower? You bet we can. Our QQQ puts are waking up. Can you believe this? We're up over almost 50% here, but this is a grand slam. I ain't trimming. I ain't trimming. No way. That was a filthy dump on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still holding positive price, but Microsoft, Meta, Tesla getting wrecked. IWM, nice waterfall there on the IWM. That was stunning. Will they take us lower? It's looking like they want lower price, guys. Look at that QQQ gap fill. We should still go lower. IWM, knifing here. Let's go. Big falls coming into the equity markets. Wow, look at that dump. That is a filthy dump, guys. It's filthy. Oh my goodness, we're up 50% on these freaking QQQ puts, but again, they're not worth really selling. Wow. IWM getting smoked, Qs are getting smoked. Rivian now coming in. Huge decline across the board there. That was filthy. We should get a bounce very soon, but that was nasty. That was filthy, guys. Filthy decline. NVIDIA, AMD, really taking on the chin there. IWM looks like it's going to take out those lows. Come on, IWM, take out those lows. What a 15-minute candle down on the Qs, eh? That was just filthy. I'd be very careful about trying to bottom tick this. A lot of liquidity trying. They could still knife us through this gap here. 10-minute chart support on the Qs is here at this EMA, guys. 560, 569. Rivian selling off pretty hard. is insane. What a waterfall. Run's still holding steady. Rivian's trying to fall. Look at the Qs, guys, just falling sharply here. No stopping those Qs yet. Qs are still looking heavy. Russell's trying to hang on here by a thread. Wow, Russell's going lower. It's a waterfall. Qs are waterfalling here, guys. Qs are absolutely waterfalling. We're up 100% of those QQQ zeros. Up 100%. Look at the IWM. Oh my goodness. If you're wanting to trim your zeros, by all means. But I'm gonna still press it. Again, it's not really worth me trimming. I mean, I could make 100% here from 9 cents to 18. Look at that waterfall in the IWM. That was filthy. It was absolutely nasty, guys. Ticker run still holding steady. New low of day. Come on, Rivian, give it to us. IWM's probably gonna. Actually, yeah, you are hitting support here. Nvidia bouncing off prior day high. There is a high risk short play off of the Qs here around 567.50, this EMA. High risk put play, I'm looking at 565.0 DTEs off of this EMA, kind of your prior day high. Almost top of this channel retest, I'm looking at shorting the Qs down. High risk 565.0 DTE on the Qs. Probably better to pick on IWM or SPY since it's weaker, but I do think that the Qs are going to tighten up the divergence a little bit. AMD, Apple. I think Apple's going to still have a late day sell. So I'm looking at entering 565 zeros. Again, right off the top of this channel. You have your prior day high, downsloping channel. This is a tight range that market makers have just been grinding us in. So we still should respect it. But prior day high, 5-minute EMA pierce, parallel channel, looks like a high probable setup. Rivian and Run have caught a bounce. Everything's catching a bit of a bounce here. This is aggressive because you are trying to defend a double bottom sweep. And still got just over 2 hours left in the session, so we still could have quite a decent move in any direction here for the major indices, but we've obviously gapped and cracked to the downside. Rivian and Run are catching a nice bounce. Apple's still strong, AMD still strong. SBET still doing well. SoFi getting a little uptick. A little bit of a head and shoulders in the 5-minute chart of SoFi. I think this is a short setup as well. $22 puts look intriguing. Things are looking a little bit more sturdy here. They are trying to bounce Nvidia. Still flagging AMD. AMD curling to the downside. Apple's still just stuck in a tight range. There's been no trade on Apple today. You either caught it or you didn't. There's been no shorts. There's been just been in a tight range, which is kind of surprising. See, they're trying to defend Nvidia here. Still a potential falling wedge on Nvidia. Run is catching some volume. Tick RUN, trying to perk up even more. AMD curling down. They're gonna take it down without us? Maybe. What I find so interesting is those 561s, considering the time of day we're in, they're still quite expensive. 561 Qs. Which is telling me that we still could potentially go lower. Getting close. I'm getting close. Let's see what's gonna happen here. This is such a tight range on the Qs, it's quite miraculous. Nvidia is getting a nice pump here. We're getting very close. They could try to do a little peekaboo above prior day. Apple seeing a little bit selling. AMD flagging sideways. Bear flag still forming on AMD. Looking like for sure. Ah, don't take us down, Qs. Come on. Come on. Retest that prior day high. Pierce that 5-minute EMA. AMD looking heavy though. Looking real heavy, AMD. KHC is ripping, guys. Kraft Heinz ripping. Right, Nvidia is trying to save the market here. AMD breaking down here, guys. AMD is about to see its next little wave of selling, so it's really been Nvidia, but look at AMD, guys. AMD starting to break. This could hurt the semis, guys. This could really hurt the semis. Here we go. Troublesome price action. Definitely looking like a lowercase h pattern for AMD. If you're wanting to chase that short, looks like a very highly probable move. But I still want that QQQ a little bit higher. Might not get it. I'm just being slightly patient here. Nvidia is still trying to push through. We're coming up to that 5-minute EMA. I want to see it pierce that prior day high on the Qs. IWM is reattacking its prior day high. Big wick energy on AMD. Tesla still down 0.6. Apple still stuck at 219. It's crazy. Nvidia testing the top of its wedge. They're trying to bounce AMD a little bit. IWM testing prior day low. Alright, we just tapped that EMA, but I want to see it pierce and tap at least that prior day high on the Qs. It should try to tap that. Wants to grab that liquidity. Oh, it's trying to spike through. We're piercing the top of this channel. This is the zone. I'm being a little bit conservative. I'm waiting till it pierces prior day. AMD catching some liquidity. IWM punching. Nvidia trying to punch. That EMA is seeing some selling pressure, resistance. Holy shoot. If that's the high wick, I'm gonna be pissed. I wait a little bit. Oh my. Is that the high wick? Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. Nvidia still getting resistance at 180. Oh my goodness gracious me. Look at that 5-minute resistance, guys. That channel's still acting well. Damn. Should have taken those at 26 cents, Phil. Contracts are already printing on the 565s. Shit. Ay, ay, ay. I never took a fill, but I was waiting for prior day high, but we're right at that channel, 5 minute. There was a lot of factors there for a nice scalp, and if they try to take this lower, oh my goodness, if anyone took that trade off that zone, 565 puts are starting to print already. Nvidia coming testing that prior day again. AMD still looking pretty weak. Is that going to be a bearish engulfing on the 5 minute? Perhaps. Could be. Look at how clean this channel is, guys. This is an institutional unloading program. That range is so tight. That range is designed. That's an algorithm range. Algo range. Just selling into pretty much any retail that's trying to use a bit of a breakout strategy. Notice every breakout strategy has been sold into, so basically they're executing a sell side program into every single breakout strategy that there is. We'll see if this holds true as well. Run is trying to make a move to the high side. RUN squeezing to the upside. Rivian starting to see some distribution. Apple trying to curl back up. They're trying to break run out. Alright, we might get another little attempt at the short. The risk on this trade should be pretty much a 5-minute close above this red bar. That should be the risk. Trying to push Qs up a little bit. Still seeing sellers off of that EMA. 113. Nvidia is seeing some more selling. AMD's at some near-term resistance. There comes the heavier volume. Are they going to take us down? New low of day incoming. That was the short zone, it appears. You can see the selling. I was still trying to be conservative, but they gave us another shot at that 26-cent bid, and I never took it. Yikes. Wow, contracts are already up to 38 cents here. Oh my goodness gracious me. What a missed opportunity there again. If you took that, you're laughing. Damn, 565s. If you're in that trade, don't let it go against you, but they were at 25 cents. Contracts now sitting at 40 cents. 565s are printing. Oh my god, almost up 100% on those 565s. Oh, I missed that one. That QQQ channel is money. That QQQ channel is money. AMD still looks like it's gonna break. These are trying to firm up again. Going back for another round at that channel. Contracts are back at 28 cents. Interesting. They're luring me in. They want me to take it. AMD trying to firm up here. They are luring. They want me to take that short badly. You can see AMD trying to break out of its little falling wedge pattern there. Back to 25 cents on those contracts. Wow. It's the temptation is real. Nvidia curling back down, looking somewhat heavy here. Apple's trying to push higher, while Nvidia is seeing some distribution. AMD seeing more selling. Yeah, they're dangling the carrot, right? They're dangling the carrot. That's for sure. That is a zone. There's that channel, EMA on the 5-minute chart. Prior day high just sitting right there. That's definitely a level. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here. AMD trying to push. Apple pushing though. Apple's trying to push higher. They are starting to drip it a little lower here. Wow. They've given me 3 times they've wanted me to enter at 25 cents. Then I was too chicken. Is it chicken or is it composure? Is it a missed opportunity there? 3 times they've taken us back to that level to short it, and I have not executed. This might be a big fumbled trade, or I might be saving myself. Time will tell. Nvidia is still looking somewhat heavy. Yikes. Looks like they're taking it down there, guys, again. That's 3 times. Scalping in a tight range that could have worked out. There she goes. Oh my goodness. IWM big rejection. This could be the real deal sell. And I did miss it. I guess the carrot wasn't big enough. They didn't get me to bite it. But if anyone's short Qs, you're probably in the driver's seat on those 565s. Yikes. They are knifing that. Yeah, we're gonna sell off pretty hard. Your new lows incoming on the Qs, guys. I'll be shocked if they don't knife those nose. Apple, though, still curling up. It's really Nvidia, Microsoft, AMD, your other megas. Tesla's firming up here. Interesting. Look at the... Oh, I can't believe I missed that. I'm screaming at myself. Inside. That is filthy. That is just filthy. 3 times. My trading mind is calling myself a little bitch right now. I'm missing that level. Fuck. Look at this heaviness. Oh, this is gonna roll hard, guys. I think it's gonna roll hard here. There is some volume sitting here, but we've tested it now twice. This is the 3rd time we're hammering on this volume shelf. There's nothing really there in terms of value area, but just your previous consolidation, but we should eat that liquidity. They're gonna eat it. They're definitely gonna eat that liquidity. You can see the Qs are pretty heavy right now. Let's go to the larger time frame. 10-minute chart. Your next EMA is sitting right down here, 565.91. So it's probably going to be a pierce of that and then a small bounce. Let's look at the 15-minute, but that was a money short. Anyone that took that. Your bigger 15 EMA 113 is at 565.21. That was crazy though. Alright, they're gonna knife it. Wow. Did anyone short the Qs there? That was a money level. IWM getting rejected off of its prior day low. Go into the basement. IWM. Surprised Rivian's held up this well for now, but... Alright, there's your 10-minute EMA test, guys. I'm not even going to look at those contracts because I'm salty. I'm salty right now. That would have been monster gains right there. That would have been a monster trade. Look at that. Basically, in a few minutes, falling drastically there on the Qs. There's your 10-minute EMA test. Next level now on the Qs are going to be this 15-minute chart support. So once we bust through this EMA, you'll go to your next support zone. AMD curling down, Nvidia new lows. Apple really hasn't even sold off. EQs can go deep. If they sell Apple into the close, these markets can absolutely go lower. But they are starting to knife Nvidia here. Fuck, I can't believe I missed that short. I'm fucking pissed. There'll be more. There'll be more. Sorry for my language. Hopefully there's no kids in the background. AMD is still looking to break its bear flag, guys. We still got lower to go. Alright, so things are getting heavy. We could be setting up for a 3-bar surge on the 10-minute chart here. 3-bar surge into your 15-minute EMA. Whoop, that's the wrong chart. But the Qs could be setting up a 3-bar surge into that 15 minutes. So 3-bar surge on the 10-minute looks pretty juicy. Let's see the 5-minute chart again. Yeah, you're coming in. You're gonna break that level. Yeah, you're knifing through it right now. Next support zone. Wow, those puts are printing. Those puts are absolutely printing. Alright, Nvidia's coming into some support here. Falling wedge pattern on the 10-minute chart. But AMD is just starting to sell off now. But a heavy waterfall in the Qs. Can you believe those 561s in the Qs are still positive? We are waterfalling. AMD is just participating in the selling now. Look at that nice monster trade. If anyone caught that, you're a millionaire. No, I'm kidding, but that was a huge, huge level there. Huge level. Shit. Can't believe I missed that. They could get really nasty here and take us down into the close. That volume shelf is still sitting down much, much lower, guys. Much, much lower on that POC volume zone. AMD's bear flag is just starting to trigger, right? So AMD is still a big heavy weighting in the stocks, and it's just starting to trigger. As Nvidia is finding some support here, AMD's flag pattern is just starting to trigger. So we'll see if it wants to sell. But Nvidia could stabilize here. But there's definitely still some meat on the bone for AMD short. That is definitely coming in. So that should add additional sell side pressure in semis. SoFi about to trigger a head and shoulders pattern. Look at those 565 puts. I'm so disappointed in myself. Those are probably up 200%. I don't even want to look at them anymore. I'm salty, salty, salty. Well, can you believe our QQQ 561s are still friggin' printing on the downside here? That is filthy. That is pretty filthy. These are now down 0.29%. Are they going to give us a really hard flush here to go? That's an algo sell, guys. An algorithmic sell. Quite extreme. Wow, anyone take that short? You're laughing, you're laughing, you're laughing. Alright, they're trying to bounce it a touch here. Knifing through some previous support zones. There's Qs, new lows. New lows on the Qs. "15-minute chart support is coming into play. We are tagging that 15-minute chart support level. We're piercing it. So you tag that 15-minute chart support. We could still go lower though. Yes, we could. That's a breakdown there. IWM new low of day. AMD still looking heavy. So you've tagged 15-minute chart support. Let's see if they want to break it. Nvidia is catching a nice bounce. But we still can go lower. I would not be shocked if we go lower. Just keep dropping this EMA down. What sell off there though? AMD still could see more selling. Nvidia is still seeing more selling. Still looking pretty heavy here. Apple could still really participate in some downside pressure here. SoFi triggering that head and shoulders that I had up on the chart. AMD catching a bounce. Apple slowly curling down a little bit. And that's the thing that's going to really flush this market is if Apple starts to give up some goods here. You've had every single other mega cap go negative here, except for really Apple. SoFi drilling. AMD trying to bounce. Again, you do have that 15-minute chart support that we were looking at, right? So, but we've bounced off of it. We should go a little bit lower. Sorry, I just had to step away there. Qs are still heavy here. We're still looking to go lower. AMD though bouncing, Nvidia trying to bounce, Apple curling slightly lower. Slightly lower. Here comes a bit of a bounce occurring now. So nice little bounce in the markets occurring here. $26. Microsoft getting slaughtered today, down 1.31%. I like that. I like that. We are still short Microsoft, guys. We are short off the 547, and that trade is printing quite nicely. Take me to gap fill. Let's take a look at Palantir. Palantir giving a little bit of a daily topping tail signal today. Wow, it almost came to my 185. 185 was where I was going to add to Palantir, and you hit a high wick there of 184.48, so it never triggered my alert. Unfortunate, came within pennies, but really big bounce. Nvidia seeing a sizable increase here. Nice little potential double top for Nvidia. Look at Nvidia falling wedge pattern on the 10 and 15 minute chart can be observed. That's why you're having a pretty ferocious bounce here. Big bounce in NVDA. Big bounce. And there's still a lot of time to still sweep and take out lows, guys. Look at the bounce off that 15-minute EMA. Solid bounce. Solid bounce. You could bounce all the way back up to this 567 level on the Qs. That wouldn't shock me at all. I still think we can go lower though. We'll have to obviously watch it. SoFi is an interesting on watch for downside tomorrow. It's on a neckline, potentially triggering this 5-minute head and shoulders pattern. Takes you down to 21 bucks, but we'll watch that obviously. We will watch that. Bitcoin still holding steady. IWM down 0.7. Nvidia back to the positive side. SPY Qs negative. SPY down 0.5. Sorry, 0.45. Qs are down 0.2. Really strong reversals off of the lows. Another nasty day for HIMS, guys. This one is just getting sold at every turn. Every turn. Look at that short. Look at that range again. Huge range. Over $3 range. That's filthy. That is absolutely filthy. Rivian has been stuck in a range all day. Unfortunate price action there. Run never gave me the Grand Slam lotto that I hit, but it's a very tiny position. Maybe it wants to cooperate tomorrow, but we need a big move down tomorrow in order for those to be worth it. EQT got stopped out of those calls on the long side. Basically break even. That was trying to have a move to the upside. It was looking, $52 calls were in the money. Could have taken between about 40% profit, but natural gas ended up giving up the goods slightly. Big pop and then drop, so you got to be moving a little bit defensively there. But here comes the Qs, another wave of selling, potentially hitting the tape. Just lower high after lower high. Sell, buy the dip, sell the rip. Chipotle's been disappointing as well. That name never really firmed up. Big pushes to the high side. Spike high, drop, spike high. I mean, the volatility in this market is immense. That's for sure. But right back down to the lows. And that's just because the market's weak. Probably wants to make one more little low now. Do have some earnings after the tape. Wow, look at Team Atlassian breaking down. Joby, that was our big trade of the session. I couldn't believe it this morning. I was like, my heart sank because the contracts weren't even refreshing. They weren't giving us a price on the Joby contracts, and then they ran it up, and my contracts went up from probably up almost 100% to basically nothing, down like 50%. That was insane, and then they absolutely snaked all that liquidity and sold right into it. So very manipulative price action across a lot of stocks today. Carvana obviously sold off from the highs, gap and crack to the downside. You're seeing GEV finally seeing some material weakness today. That's a good downside tick to the move. Hood is still an unrelenting beast up at these highs. I can't believe how strong this name is, but definitely still one of the better relative strength plays. Nice day for Starbucks today. Come on. Starbucks has had a really strong, solid day. Home builders continue to show strength. Lennar is just printing for us, guys. We still have the September 120 calls, which are already in the money, but I'm looking for a lot more. A lot more. Apple's just been, look at Apple's range today. It's quite impressive to witness this. Just no volatility to trade. Absolutely nothing to trade. Pretty insane. Tesla's been weak on the tape today, so Tesla's given up the goods. That's had some bearish breaks on the 5 and 15-minute chart below a key moving average, looking pretty choppy, but daily chart is still okay, holding that inside bar trend. But really, Tesla wants to hold this EMA here. If you lose this EMA, that's troublesome for Tesla. Google's obviously been pretty firm at the highs here, holding up quite well. Amazon doing okay. Let's look back at Lilly today. Lilly still weak on the tape. One more little downward shift on Lilly into this trend line and could be a nice buy opportunity. We got Gilead after the bell, GILD, set to report after hours. What else do we have? SoftBank, Brookfield. Nope, Brookfield reported already. Monster, haven't looked at that chart in a little bit. MNST. So Monster set to report after hours. That chart isn't looking too bad, but at first glance it's appearing to be a bit of a bear flag. But Monster's got some big expectations. I mean, you look what happened with Cell H today. Huge gap up move into your value area high. So perhaps they're also going to pump Monster up. Or is that what everyone's thinking, right? Relative strength today in Monster because of Celsius. So Celsius is, I think, lifting that entire energy drink complex. So maybe they're roping in liquidity here to knife it lower. That's could be max pain. Market makers are, people are trading Monster, piling in expectation of a strong print on the back of Celsius. Imagine they just knife that lower. That would be filthy. There's a very large daily chart head and shoulders pattern that could play out. Still holding these previous pivots. Weekly inside bar bear flag. That would be very mean if they did do that. But don't put it past them. Don't put it past them. Flutter, FLUT, that reports after hours. Tombstone reversal there. An interesting one, well, there's going to be Team Atlassian, but XYZ is an interesting one. This one probably just gets bid up regardless. You have achieved my upside targets, but inclusion into the S&P 500, if this name dips, it's probably going to get a big bounce in the pre-market. So we'll see. But I could definitely see this name pumping to the high side on the back of just pure S&P 500 inclusion. If the board was smart, they would trigger the algorithms and just keep talking about that, hammering that point home. TTD coming in, trade desk also reporting after hours into its gap window, likely going to press higher. Chart's not looking too bad. You also have Take Two Interactive. That's under a bit of pressure. Nice tell into earnings. K-View. Nice bullish engulfing reversal right now. ED, Consolidated Edison's also reporting after hours. Chart's not looking too bad. Microchip, MCHP. Pretty big bounce on the Qs. Chart's looking bearish, but nothing to do. All right, we're retesting the high of this channel again on the Qs. You would think at some point that channel is going to fail and they're going to break the Qs out. And see, you tried breaking out of those high pivots, so we'll adjust it a little bit more here on the Qs. Yep, tagging those pivots now. A big bounce in NVIDIA, AMD, Rivian. Alright, we got Sun Life, LYV, Live Nation. LYV. That's under pressure as well. But a decent bounce in the Qs here. How is Charter, CHTR, Charter Communications? I haven't looked at that since we day traded it. Wow, still knifing lower on Charter. This has to be getting ready for a long. I mean, just complete decimation. You got some high beta names that have just been absolutely crushed. Do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your fifth week of selling here on CHTR. Quite interesting. So oversold and depressed down here. Nice daily chart, positive divergence. Intraday divergence starting as well. The market wasn't so weak right now. All right, next wave of selling hitting the Qs. Look at that same channel still acting as resistance on the Qs. Pretty impressive, eh? Pretty impressive so far. SoFi pattern playing out quite nicely, guys. SoFi knife in here. It's been a market leader under pressure. Hey members, just a heads up, I did trim my September $50 puts on HIMS. I did trim my $50 HIMS puts. Basically locking in a nice amount of profit there. Alright, looks like a big bid is coming into the market here. AMD, really strong balance on AMD. Apple's making a push for a high of day. Look at Apple squeezing. Look at Apple lifting the market. Huge bounce, Apple, AMD, pretty much everything. Rivian's starting to squeeze a little bit. Big power hour squeeze approaching. So the QQQ down channel is finally broken. We like to get a pullback to create a potential right shoulder, and then we'll have to see if it triggers. Or they just squeeze us into the end of the day. I don't know. We'll find out. For sure we'll find out. Qualcomm's I haven't looked at that name. With Apple so strong, Qualcomm also trying to break out here. Interesting. Interesting. IWM starting to squeeze itself. Look at the push coming in. Epic squeeze. Epic short squeeze. Wow, Rivian's flying here. What do you guys think? Another trip downtown to the basement? Well, still above pre-market high, trying to rip even more. Seeing a little bit of selling. So you're seeing a little bit of, I think, a rotation back into some S&P 500 stocks. UNH is catching a nice bid right now. UNH is definitely seeing a little bit of volume here. Still trying to push. Microsoft still looking heavy, seeing more selling in the queues. Still a short to date kind of pop. We'll see if they want to drip us back lower again. Every time you shorted the pops, you've done well today. Every single time. Let's see if the trend continues. Microsoft coming in. Nvidia seeing more selling. IWM hitting prior day low. 5-minute EMA on the Qs. Is it power hour or sour hour? Microsoft still putting in a bit of a bear flag, it looks like. Getting close to a little bit of a local bottom. Nvidia trying to hold prior day high. AMD still trying to bounce. So far the pop is being shorted, sold into. Nvidia is still coming in a little bit. Bit of a bearish engulfing there on the 5-minute. Microsoft trying to hold steady. Nvidia is still trying to hold above prior day high. Apple seeing some selling off of pre-market high. Still trying to hold steady though. So the Dixie is catching a little bit of a bid here, guys. Some consumer credit data, June. Interesting. The Dixie is catching a little bit of a bid. So take a look at this DXY. Quietly trying to break out here in the last few sessions, guys. Few minutes. We'll see if that hurts the market. QQQ. Why is that Dixie trying to break out? Apple coming in, Nvidia still looking a little bit heavier. The Dixie could be a problem into the end of the session, guys. DXY firming up. It is really starting to catch a really sizable bid here. Capital flowing into UUP. Qs are coming in. It's a bit of a problem. Qs are coming in. Qs are still trying to hold steady here as the Dixie's trying to push. Dixie slowly losing a bit of its momentum, but Nvidia under prior day high, that's bearish. Qs are trying to hold steady. Microsoft tapping pre-market high. Minor resistance there. Nvidia catching a bit of a bid. Qs are trying to catch a nice candle off of the lows. Dixie's still trying to push. Yeah, I'm holding run until tomorrow. See what happens. Again, it's so tiny. I mean, it's a lotto. Holding it. Still have lower highs in place in the markets. Lower highs, lower lows. So we've been in a downtrend all session. Let's see if the pop gets shorted. The Dixie's firmed up here, which should be a headwind for the market. That's telling us that capital is moving defensively. We're seeing the IWM trying to break down a little bit. Qs are still holding a little bit more firm. Apple seeing a little bit more selling, getting reject off that 220 zone. IWM coming down a little bit more. Qs are still seeing a little bit of selling. Dixie softening a little bit. Nvidia still holding right at prior day high. Apple seeing a little bit more heavier price action. IWM trying to retest 219. See if that's the case. It's holding slightly steady here. Still lower highs in the Qs, lower lows. IWM's seeing more sell side. Dixie's curling slightly down. Apple still holding 219.90. Microsoft still down 1.12 off the lows. AMD seeing resistance at 172. Let's see if that 5-minute EMA rejects us again on the Qs. Nvidia is still stuck right under prior day high. Looking a little bit heavier here. We're keeping this market pinned here for now. Roping in 0 DTE liquidity. Apple getting a little bit heavier here. Volume is starting to increase. AMD's got some top wicks. Here comes Q's, seeing a little bit more selling now. Still trying to defend price, consolidating. Come on, knife this IWM. Q's are getting a little bit more wicky here. Starting to push the Russell higher here. Qs are also catching a nice bid. Dixie's really softening here into the close. Nvidia still stuck under prior day high. AMD still under 172. Apple's trying to retest pre-market high. Volume's definitely picking up a little bit. Trying to, at least. Apple still curling down. Nvidia still trying to defend that prior day, but stuck under prior day high. AMD still getting rejected off 172. Cues are getting heavier here. Apple selling, Nvidia selling. Microsoft under 519. You can see the IWM, they're trying to defend 219. Cues are still trying to. Apple's curling to the downside slightly. Remember, Apple's been the strong horse. Even a little selling Apple can dip the cues here. Nvidia though, AMD curling down. Nvidia trying to hold steady. Meta down 1.26, Tesla down 0.37, Google down 0.4. It's just Apple and Nvidia green. Will they take Nvidia back to the dark side today? Will they keep it green with Apple? Little bounce starting to come into play. Nvidia curling back down. Apple still selling off. 219.50 incoming. Yeah, a little bit heavier here, guys. Cues are still under a little bit of pressure. Dump Apple into the close. IWM holding steady. Cues are catching a little bit of a facelift. Apple still curling slightly lower. So is AMD. Bigger sell coming in Nvidia. "38 minutes left. Nvidia's coming down, guys. Apple's trying to bounce. Trying to defend 219 on that IWM. Bigger breakdown on Nvidia. Nvidia's starting to get heavier. Dixie's trying to pop. AMD curling back down. Looks like we're seeing a bit of distribution. Apple now selling. Nvidia loses its 10-minute EMA, which it's testing right now. Should drop at least another 50 cents. It's still heavy. AMD curling down. They're dumping Nvidia, dumping Apple as well, sort of. Slightly here, Apple's falling. Trying to bounce Nvidia off that 10-minute EMA. Qs appear to be trying to put in a bull flag. People are looking to trade an inverse head and shoulders breakout on Qs into the end of the day. Will they take the Qs back to the positive side off of a breakout? Or is this a liquidity grab and they take us down below? Again, it's been a short to pop at every single turn in this market. Countless lower highs today in the equities. Obviously, every trend breaks, but will it break today? That is the question. Will they give the markets a facelift into the close? AMD still curling lower. Nvidia is still looking somewhat heavy here on the 10-minute chart. IWM trying to hold steady. Apple holding steady. IWM seeing some weakness. Qs are falling sharply. They're going to flush this market lower. IWM looks like it could try to take out the lows, guys. IWM is looking pretty heavy here. So IWM is looking very bearish. Apple's getting heavy here. They're trying to bounce Nvidia, but Apple's looking pretty heavy. Dixie's still trying to push. AMD curling down. Still a tight little flag pattern luring people in on the 0 DTE fall side. trying to bounce it a little bit here. Apple's still looking heavy though. AMD curling down, Nvidia curling down. So be careful. You still have your big boys selling here, but they are trying to bounce it. Well, still curling slightly lower, guys. AMD curling slightly lower. We could still see some more selling. Apple's sold off for the last, what, 30 minutes now? Micro selling. Dixie's actually dropping though. Whoa, the Dixie just had a big 5-minute down candle. So that could be helpful for the market. The Dixie's all of a sudden dropping like a rock right here, guys. I don't know if there's news. What the heck's going on with the Dixie? Big technical sell. Watch this market. It could try to pump here. Whoa. Looking at some 0 DTEs. Look at that drop in the Dixie. Is there news, guys? What is happening here? That's a news candle down. 330? It's at 330. Not seeing anything on my flow. But that's a filthy move down. 30-year was at 1. 4 p.m. we have Trump, but that was a filthy move down, guys. QQQ is probably going to rip here. It's probably going to rip into the end of the session here. Power hour squeeze. That's a nasty move down on the Dixie, guys. I don't know what that's about, but that's a news candle, it seems. They're squeezing QQQ. Shit, I'm trying to get into some calls here. QQQ could get a squeeze here into the end of the session, guys. Could. Especially with that Dixie decline. We're falling so drastically there, but we are. It's a nasty drop in the dollar. Gold's probably pumping. Yeah, gold's up nicely now, pumping. Bitcoin might catch a bid. Could still see a late day squeeze on the Qs. Dollar's still super volatile. Yeah, the Qs won't die. Not with that dollar. I think the Qs could get a squeeze here into the end of the day. If they're dumping the dollar that big right now, I would expect a big 0 DTE squeeze. I could see 568 lottos being tagged here. Surprised the Qs haven't really moved up more, but that's a nasty dump in the dollar. Guys, I'm taking 568 lottos calls, 568 0 DTEs on the Qs. Lotto risking. I'm okay with the trade going to 0. I'm in at 21 cents. Come on, squeeze us now. Squeeze us to the upside. Squeeze us to 568. Go Qs, go. Go Qs. Come on, break out of that inverse head and shoulders. Upside target on the inverse. You could get a late day squeeze into this massive TP zone up here, 569.50. Dixie's still softening here, guys. Take the hands off the wheel. Come on, hit 568. Sorry, not 561. 568 calls. Sorry, guys. 568. I typed it wrong. It's 568. Not 561. Jeez. QQQ 568 0 DTEs filled at 21 cents. Buying and chasing this breakout off of a falling Dixie. I think we could get an algo bid here. Squeeze into power hour. Come on. Wave that magic wand. Wave it. Wave it, wave it. They're trying to perk it up here. A little bit of 0 DTE action here into the close. Surprised the markets haven't made a bigger move yet. It's trying. Certainly trying. Trying to give us our first higher high on the session. Prior day highs, there's some resistance, but I think we should knife through that. Come on. Let's pump up. Flipping bullish a little bit. Uh-oh, the Dixie's trying to bounce a little bit. That's troublesome. Come on, squeeze, Qs, squeeze, squeeze, Apple squeeze. Nvidia keep bouncing. Nvidia's barely bounced here. Nvidia should try to get going. I'm trying to chase an algorithmic buy program here into the close. Here we are. We're getting it, guys. We're getting it. We're starting to get it. Look at this. Come on. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. We've almost got 100% already. Come on. Keep pushing. Let's go. Let's go, Qs. Let's go. 568's incoming. Come on. Squeeze us through that prior day high. Tapping some resistance. Let's go. Q, come on, keep going. Hit 568. Hit it. Squeeze us, squeeze us, squeeze us. We're up over 100%, guys. Squeeze it. Get these calls in the money. Come on, get through prior day high. Get it. Dixie's going lower. We should go higher. Oh my goodness, look at the Dixie just falling off of a cliff here. Come on, take us to 568 Qs. Q. Keep pressing. You got more. Don't sell. Don't get rejected off prior day high. Come on. Keep going. You got some more momentum. Nvidia's barely bounced. AMD getting a nice stick. Apple's trying. Come on, Qs. You got more in you. That's not what you got. That's not what you're gonna do to us. No, don't do that. Come on, where's that magic wand? Wave it. Wave the magic wand. Get those bulls on board. Come on. Still got time. 22 minutes. This is where explosive volume and moves can come into play. Come on, Qs. Prior day high, obviously getting rejected, but we did make a brief peekaboo high there. Dixie's still selling off here. Come on, Qs. Perk back up. Still holding that 10-minute breakout candle. Come on. came close. Come on. We were up 100% there, that candle. Jeez. We can still push to 568. But it's kind of do or die. Apple curling down, Nvidia seeing some top. AMD's still holding on. Trying to hold on to some strength. Damn, they're knifing that though. Dixie's still weak. Damn, should have trimmed into that prior day high. We still have some time though. It's a lotto, so I can let this go to 0 and I'd still be okay. We're looking for a late day squeeze here, guys. Will the patience be rewarded? We were up about 110% at the high there. Things got sold into there. Looking for those, you know, those candles that just go boom. Qs are back to the positive side. Dixie's still trying to go lower. Come on, squeeze us. Squeeze us. They sold that bid. They punished the late chasers. So we entered pretty much right at that breakout candle. So we're still okay. Come on. Keep going, Qs. Nvidia trying to perk up a little bit. Keep pump us into the close. Give us a big green stick into the close. One of those green god candles. Wave that magic wand of liquidity and take our 568s in the money. We're still up about 6 cents here, Con, but I want more. I want even more than 100% because we waited past that high. I want to take out that high. Contracts are starting to wake up a little bit more. Come on, give us more. Big explosion through prior day high. We should explode through prior day high. Imagine we get a pump here into the close, into the 569.50 handle. That would be epic. That would be an epic late 0DT. Apple's curling up. Nvidia's looking strong. We should get it, guys. We should get it. IWM's trying to hold steady. Yeah, Apple's trying to rip here. Here we go. Here we go. Blast us through that prior day high. 568 calls are printing. Come on. Get us back up over 100%. Up about 50% and climbing. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Take us in the money. These contracts will explode once we get into 568. Contracts are creeping up. We got rejected off that prior day high. I don't think we're going to get rejected off it again. We should push through that level, guys. They should explode us through that level. Here we go. Here we go. Dixie going lower. Qs, come on, Qs. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Apple's still pushing. Nvidia tapping prior day high. Nvidia and Qs are both tapping their prior day high. Come on, 568s. I want them in the money. Explosion of 0DTE liquidity is about to hit the market. The Dixie is getting slapped around here. What is happening to the US dollar? I don't even know. But it's just knifing. Look at that Dixie. Getting absolutely demolished, guys. Back inside your opening range. Come on, Qs. You got rejected once. You should get through this level. Explode higher. Explode. Nvidia through its prior day high. Here we go. Nvidia's still pushing. AMD taking a breather. Apple's still pushing. Mega cap pump into the end of the session. Come on, give it to us. Give us the mega cap tech pump. Starting to see a little bit of selling off of that prior day high again. Come on, don't reject us twice. You know you can get through there. You got rejected once. Come on. Knife through that level. Blast us. Blast us through that level. 568 calls. I want them in the money, guys. I want them in the money. All right, we're moving back up here, up over 50%. Give us a big spike through that level. Impulse candle. Impulse candle. I can sense it. Apple's still trying to push, but Nvidia's taking a breather right at that prior day high. Come on, get some broad participation coming into this market. We are starting to push. Come on, blast us through PDH. Come on. We're so close. Come on, Nvidia, Apple. IWM's trying to squeeze. Here we go. Come on. Come on, impulse candle. Send it. Send it. 15 minutes left. Send it. Dixie going lower. What is the sell-off in the dollar? I don't even know. But Dixie's getting rocked. Come on. Pushing up almost 100% again. Pushing around 80%. Ah, getting a little bit of selling. Come on. Dixie's still going lower. Wow. Here we go. We're pushing through prior day high. Nvidia's still underneath its resistance. Apple's trying to push back above 220. No, don't sell us. Come on. Big candle up. Got the momentum. We got the dollar falling. We got the Q momentum. We got mega caps. Qs are back to the green side. We're pumping. We're 568. Where's that impulse candle? Where's that volume? Come on. This is a grind, a slow grind higher. Maybe they were opening in more shorts. All right, we're back up to 43 cents a con, back up 100% on these contracts. We haven't even got them in the money yet. There they are. They are in the money. Squeeze it through 568. Come on. Squeeze it. All right, guys, I just trimmed half moving, stop to break even, locked in gains there. Beautiful. Beautiful trade. Bang, bang. 568 calls in the money. I still have some runners, but I pulled majority of the profit. Trade is now risk-free, guys. Trade is now risk-free. Huge gain there. Epic little trade. Beautiful. Beautiful little gain there on the Qs. First trim. Let's see if we can get some more upside in this tape. We still could go to this TP, guys. We've seen those nasty moves into the close, how they want to press. Qs are still pushing here. We are getting a squeeze. We are getting a squeeze, guys. Squeezing here. Contracts are still pushing. Come on, keep going. Keep squeezing us. Keep squeezing us some more, Qs. I don't know how much they got in the tank. Again, I don't know how much is left in the tank, but we've seen epic moves into the close. This could be shaping up for one. The way that Dixie sold, there's a lot of dollar liquidity that could try to chase this market now. We've had a nice pullback. They've taken the Qs red. Now they're flipping it back green. Final 12 minutes. Are we going to see some magic impulse candles? We did print on our 568 calls. Everyone should have caught that. We could still see a epic surge if they wave the magic wand into the close, but Nvidia needs to do it and Apple needs to hold steady. Will they wave that magic wand? We've seen it, guys. There's just that feeling towards it. how they said just all of a sudden send that market, right? But remember, we've pulled profits on those 568s. If anything impulsive happens to the upside, that's your next signal to take profits. I won't even have time to put it in, but if you get any sort of a big impulse move to the upside, testing this pivot liquidity, you know, there's obviously, you need to take profits. But beautiful job if you caught those 0DT longs with us, printed over 100% there. I'm still looking for maybe some more here, maybe, we'll see. Here comes some movement. Spread in the Qs is starting to widen. A Lotto 570 call. The spread is a 50% spread, which is telling me that we could send this market, guys. The 570 calls are starting to get some interest. That's insane. But the dollar's now bouncing. We'll see if the markets can hold steady. But they have a wide spread on the 570 calls. It's a 50% spread on the Qs, which is telling me they could send this. They could send this market. It's a 50% spread on the 570 Lotto Qs. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know what the news on the Dixie was. I was too busy entering the trade. Nothing really came across my feed, but I'm not too sure what the news was. We didn't really have any data that was printing. It's getting a nice bounce now. Dixie's catching a bit of a liquidity bounce. AMD curling down. Still trying to hold steady. Big bounce on the Dixie. But that was a pure algorithmic trade that we chased. Off of that, we entered right here off of that opening, that breakout candle. As the Dixie was knifing, we caught that live, chased the algorithms before the broad market entered, and caught a huge, huge hit on the 0DTE front, guys. So that's the part of day trading. If you can see movements quickly and know how algorithms will bid up the market when certain things are either breaking out or breaking down. But that was a beautiful little trade on the long side. I'm not usually a breakout buyer, especially not with 0DTEs. But this Dixie breakdown, that's a lot of Forex liquidity from the currency market that we captured there. And the indices love that. All right, come on. Big squeeze into the close here. Big squeeze. 8 minutes left. I'm seeing the spread still. There's still some interest on those 570 calls on Qs. That's insane. If they squeeze us to 570, that would be ridiculous. 8 minutes left. We got runners on the table. 568s are still printing. 568s are getting deeper and deeper in the money. Ride it, ride it, ride it. Ride it, ride it, ride it. Power hour fun. Nice little 0DTE trade to close out the session, guys. And we hit it. We hit a big one. How big is it going to get? Last 8 minutes here. Are they going to wave that magic wand? Come on. Give us a big impulse candle to the upside. I want to see a large move. Just send it. Send it. Nvidia's trying to get going here. AMD curling down. Apple's flagging. Send it. Six minutes left. 6 minutes left. This is where the degens start coming in. Last 5 minutes, the degens start coming in. People start taking new positions. People start closing positions. Are we going to get a degenerative pump here? Trades are seeing a little bit of selling. Dixie's also selling. Tracks are ripping, guys. 568 are ripping. They are ripping. We're going to get that big impulse candle to the upside into that target price. Come on. Take us, take us, take us. Send it. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Crazy. Dixie going for new lows. Wow, Dixie. Apple breaking down though, so Apple's seeing a little bit of distribution. Nvidia is still strong, but Apple getting heavy here into the close. So they're probably not going to send it without a big spike in Apple. Apple knifing here. Selling off with the Dixie. Nvidia is trying to push back above prior day high, so Nvidia remaining bullish. Google closing green. Amazon closing green. Looks to be. Tesla, big surge on Tesla. Meta and Microsoft are your laggers on the tape. '68 skies are printing up 300% here. Let's go on the runners. Come on. Printing 65 cents. Spread is wide. Pumping. We are pumping here into the close. A nice banger brought to you here on the live stream. Epic little trade there. Squeezing into the close here. Hands are off the wheels. We're going to get these contracts to close up. How much? 70 cents for printing. Look at this. Look at this. Squeezing it into the close. 71 cents on the bid. 77 cents on the bid. We are ripping to the upside here. Huge push. Huge squeeze. Monster move into the close, guys. Here comes the volume. Hands are off the wheel. Up over 86 cents. Let's go. Banger. What a banger. Oh my goodness, guys. Look at that. 569 calls. Huge gains. epic job if you caught that with us. They're still squeezing it. 15 seconds here into the close. Oh my goodness, what a squeeze, guys. 569s. That is filthy. That is filthy. Alright guys, I am out. I am all out. What an epic move there. Holy epic. That was filthy, guys. That was filthy. Wow. 21 cents to $1.40 for me, guys. Holy crap on the final winning trade. Epic job. If you caught that with us, give yourself a round of applause. That was a dirty move into the close. That was epic. Great trading today, guys. Great trading. Couldn't have laid it out easier than that. I mean, look at that. From entering at 21 cents to $1.40. Wow. That is just nasty. That is crazy. All right, and we do have some prints after the hours here. See some of these earnings. Frick, I'm tired again. Exhausting. Alright, let's see what we got after the close here. So the big ones are your Monster, ConocoPhillips, Gilead, GILD. GILD, thank you, thank you, thank you. So Gilead set to report. What else do we have here? We got SoftBank, we got Brookfield, we got Motorola after, we got seeing Monster. Monster is going to be an interesting one. We'll see if they snake the Monster liquidity. Obviously a lot of momentum trading today on the back of Sell H. Let's see what they do with Monster today. TTD trade desk getting absolutely annihilated here. Wow, look at the drop in trade desk, guys. TTD getting absolutely pummeled here in the after hours. My God, TTD. TripAdvisor, Kratos is out. Let's see, KTOS. Look at TTD. Kratos is also dropping. Oh my goodness. We could be in for a rough start to this earnings session. Kratos, a filthy drop there on Kratos starting to form. Let's look at TripAdvisor. That's trying to firm up. But TTD, is there a scalp long here or what? Sweeping that low pivot. I mean, if you come into this 59.40 zone, guys, I'm going to trade it on the long side. 59.40 and I will scalp it long. 59 or 59 bucks, I'll scalp it long, guys. 59 bucks. We're getting there. We're getting there. We have a trade here. This is high risk. This is high risk. I'm going in with common shares. 59 bucks. Half position, and I'll add at 56. All right, get ready on trade desk, guys. Get ready on trade desk. That is coming into play. I'm going to have a trade there. Come on, TTD. Give us 59 bucks, guys. I'm going to take it on the long side just with common shares. Just with common shares, guys. Come on. Get down to 69 bucks. I will, or sorry, 59 bucks. I'll trade on the long side. Not advised trying to bottom tick earnings. Things can go a lot deeper than one expects, but that's a big level. Should be defended there. What else we got? We got more earnings hitting the tape here. Still just waiting on a few other names. EXP. Pushing to the high side. Look at EXP, guys. That is a move and a half. That is a move and a half. Expedia Group increases full year guidance for Expedia Group. Wow. XYZ block is out, guys. This one was definitely a huge mover. S&P 500 inclusion. Going for its gap fill. Block is out, but it missed its EPS here, I think. Wow. I would take an aggressive short off of block, guys. Still getting some prints here, but XYZ pushing. There is an aggressive short level on XYZ at this 85.64, which we're getting there now. But look at TTD. Still like trade desk if it flushes into this level. Still getting some more prints out, guys, but a big pump for XYZ, big dump for trade desk. I'm looking at going long, scalping long. Let's look at KTOS again. Kratos has caught a lot of attention. What else do we have? PDNs, TNQ, Monster as well. Wow. Look at that wick on Kratos. That's filthy. Let's look at CNQ. CNQ catching a little bit of volume here. What else do we have? LNG, Team, TAM. Team Atlassian set to report. They obviously got pummeled all session long today. They probably are going to catch a big bid here. The expectation on its earnings has really been taken down. Instacart, what's that ticker again? What the heck is Instacart's ticker? Is it cart? I can't remember. Let's look at MNST, Monster, what's that doing? Monster's pumping to the high side for now. Monster is. Let's look at FLUT. Flutter. Take two. Flutter's trying to make a move. Let's look at KVU. Let's keep scrolling through this list. What else do we have? Pins is also after the bell. PINS. Pins is getting some wiki volatility. Not seeing anything yet. Live Nation is out. LYV. Live Nation. Down on the tape for now. Let's see if there's a day trade long level. Really, I would have to see a flush into this gap. But is that enough? Yeah, really, 135 is an area for Live Nation if that were to dip. What else do we have? Expedia, we looked at GoDaddy, GDDY. That's coming in a little bit. Rocket Labs, RKLB, that'll be an interesting one. Yeah, you're seeing a little bit of Oh yeah, how did INSM do? INSM. I've been looking at biotechs. I've been wanting to take them. Not really doing too much. NTRA, that's another one that I have traded before. That's trying to push to the upside. Let's look at XYZ again. XYZ holding quite steady here. Team is still waiting. Twilio is coming out as well. TWLO. Whoops. Not doing too much there yet. Still waiting. Hyatt Hotels. That's one that we can trade. H. Let's see if the Vegas theme is doing. Not doing much there. New Scale Power, SMR, so a little bit of nuclear action. We'll see what's happening there. SMR is trying to hold steady. MP Materials, that's also set to report. Not really seeing too much movement there yet. Doximity was out. That's looked at. Kratos we looked at. Kratos revenue 351 million on the rev, EPS 11 cents. So big beat for Kratos. Solid move there. Dropbox is out. DBX probably going to get pummeled. Usually that's the trend. Trying to move up to the high side. Monster, we achieved record net sales. Is that one pushing here? MNST. How's that doing? Yeah, look at that monster can. That is a monster candle, that's for sure. That is a monster candle. Let's look at Post POST, a little bit of a staple name. Trying to push up as well. What else do we got? Printing. IM Gold. STNE, let's look at that name. STNE, big dip, trying to pump up. Grinder, GRND, high short interest name. Not really seeing too much movement there. Car Gurus, that one's okay. Warby Parker, WRBY, let's take a look at that name. WRBY. Not doing too much. CPK, Chesapeake Energy, not seeing too much there. Goodyear Tire, I've traded that one. That one's got enough volume to trade. GT, not seeing too much there. How did Yeti do? Not doing too much there. Yelp, Trupanion, Y Electric. So overall, pretty decent report for most companies here. Your travel stocks are good indication that the economy is still kind of hustling, bustling. So overall, not too bad. I'm not seeing anything really negative. Obviously, we'll have to dive a little bit deeper. How's Gilead doing? That's your big boy trying to report after hours. It's down a little bit, GILD. But XYZ is holding steady here. BN Brookfield, see that. Not doing too much there. PBR, Petro Brazil, not doing too much there. Alright guys, I'm going to call this stream to an end. We ran through a bunch of the earnings here. There's still a few stragglers after the bell, but net, it is an okay after-hours sprint. The S&P, obviously we had a nice epic trade into the close there. What's the S&P doing here? Wow, Nvidia up huge in the after hours. SPY's up nicely. Qs are up nicely. So overall, great trading session, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Please don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't already. But we've printed huge profits over the last few sessions day trading, so I hope you all appreciate the the technical analysis. Certainly appreciate the extra eyes as we scan the markets as a collective. Tomorrow is going to be fun. Tomorrow is 0 DTE day across the board, everything. So there's going to be opportunities. There always is. Make sure you have some dry powder and capital. Hopefully you're able to increase your buying power and portfolio today. And good job on Joby profits, HIMS profits with members. That 0 DTE call play at the end of the session there. Overall, it's a good session. Really good session, guys. And be ready for a lot of volatility tomorrow. Earnings season is wild. I'm always so exhausted after earnings season. But, you know, you got to put in the work to get that paper. All right, guys. We'll see you later.